Okay. I think I'm live. I'm not sure what is happening, but I'm hopeful that I'm live. And Um, I'm gonna start off by saying this before I get to that. I am nervous for Rihanna. For Rihanna. The reason I'm nervous for Rihanna is quite simply I haven't seen a release of any rehearsals. I haven't seen anything. I don't know what's happening. Rihanna, this is your big comeback. We're all rooting for you. We all rooting for you, but like, I'm nervous. It's next week. It's not this weekend. It's next weekend. But we haven't seen Rihanna done much in a while, and mm-mm, girl, the big comeback. Anywho, I am nervous. I hope she's gonna do well. She always gives us a show. She might not do a bunch of choreo. She might not give us Whitney Houston vocals, but she always gives us something, very much something. Um, so hopefully we gonna be okay. Hopefully, not dropping the hopefully at the end. Like I'm nervous. We haven't seen Rihanna perform in a while. So like, anywho, it is. What is that movement that just? I heard something. Anywho, I want to say thank you all. It is Friday. Um, Themis is more focused on that Beyonce tour. Look, well, let me pull up my Twitter because, as you said, that Beyonce tour, I definitely have been watching the tweets about Beyonce and her tour and who is going to be selling what. So I reposted this. Let me do this, and I promise you, this is how I feel. Here you go. So it says, um, uh, Mom, who sold my house? Me at Beyonce's Renaissance tour. Period. And it is like, let me know if anyone is looking for a kidney or two. The way I am gonna have to figure this out, we gonna have to figure this out together. Because I'm going. Q says, Child, I got my coin put together. I'm rubbing nickels together too. I'm kidding. I'm going. I'm going. Not only am I going, I'm going overseas. We're gonna make this a thing. Theme, if you look dashing. Oh, do you guys like my dark academia? It's not that dark. It's very much giving light academia. Um, but I had a meeting today and I wanted to give a good impression of sorts. So I decided that I would um, I would dress up and give what needed to be given. Hey, most of Marie, I thought was it a new video? I haven't watched it yet, but I'm making my way over to your channel after this because I saw you had a long discussion. I saw it on Instagram though. And I want to see where you're going with this. So, period. I'll be over your channel after. I don't know. This stream might be really long though. This stream might be really long because should I get into it? I feel like I shouldn't get into it yet because I have some things before I get to it. Like the Black Uncle Fester. Do you guys watch the Addams Family? The Black Uncle Fester had a lot to say. This man who seems to be Margin Buu. If Margin Buu, I don't know if you guys watch Dragon Ball Z, if Margin Buu decided to become human and black, the black Margin Buu had a lot to say. So we're going to be talking about the elephant in the room in a moment, and that elephant is definitely Jason Whitlock. In fact, if people are mad at me and saying, "Oh my God, don't body shame," blah blah blah, I don't believe in body shaming. I don't know if he's sick. I don't know what's happening to him. I don't know. But what I do know is he has a specific kind of disdain for Black women. And it today is the day, and I am that person. But we're going to get into it, because if I were him, I would be mad. By the way, let me just say, if I were him, if I were in his body, I would be mad. But I wouldn't be mad at Black women. I wouldn't be mad at people generally. I would be mad, let's see, at my mom. I would be mad at my dad. I would be mad at Punnett Square. I would be mad at genetic probabilities and how they come out. That's what I would be mad at. Like, look, let me stop. I'm not dragging anyone. This is not the dragging show. I need to count. But I would be mad at Punnett Square. Girl. Let's I'm let's get into this, yes. Let's get into it, because I'm annoyed already. And I need to take a break and come back. All right. Now, when I said, um, by the way, I give credit to Erica De Niro TV for the Mucinex ambassador line. We apparently have a second Mucinex ambassador, and this person seemed like he's already in full costume, right? He doesn't have to do makeup or anything to go into the Mucinex commercial. He's prepared and ready to get involved and jump into the commercial and be what he needs to be. So, to the second Mucinex ambassador, let's get into some foolishness with him, because I'm not going to sit here and have y'all tell me not to do it. I'm not going to fully do it, because I do have a career and everything I do is being watched. So I can't fully do it. But for everyone who is like, "Oh my God, why would you put the Mucinex mucus on the front of the thumbnail at how many blah, 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 blah." A couple years ago, Jason Whitlock, and I completely forgot that he was the one who wrote this, but Jason Whitlock wrote a piece about Serena Williams, and he called her fat, essentially. He essentially said she was lazy and she could do better. Now, if you see Jason Whitlock and you're wondering, how could someone who looked like that be talking about someone else's weight? You would be right on the money with your critique and your apprehension. If you are circumspect that someone who looked like Jason Whitlock is talking about someone else's weight, you are right. But he goes on to explain that as a sports commentator, he is living his best life and he is engaging in the way that he needs to engage, because ultimately he's supposed to be fat, but she isn't. And who, y'all probably think I'm lying. Let me pull up this. Um, let me pull up this article. This was written, let's go at the top. Yep. Serena could be the best ever, but, and when you go down, I don't forget things easily, by the way. I will forget a name, I will forget a date of birth, I will forget specific information, but the general information I do not forget. I can tell you how the conversation went from 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I can tell you what happened. I can tell you what you were wearing. I can go through it. So it's very difficult to forget. But Jason Whitlock definitely came out and said, but there is an inescapable truth about Serena Williams. She is an underachiever. Pause. He is saying that Serena Williams is an underachiever. Does this, by the way, sorry, I'm just going back and forth. If you're asking, Themis, what does this have to do with his comments now? If you're asking that, I will not be answering. If you're asking why the man went on Fox News blaming single mothers for the crime in the community, if you're asking why I'm pulling up old articles written by him, calling one of the best athletes of our generation an underachiever, I am not about to explain that. I am not about to explain that. So he calls Serena Williams an underachiever. And he's a sports commentator, by the way, and he then goes on, or a sports journalist of sorts, girl. I don't know what this man does. He goes on and he says, and all the people making excuses for Serena and rationalizing her failure to totally dominate women's tennis are the very people uninterested in seeing women rise to the level of equality with men. Serena Williams has all the ingredients to be Michael Jordan, Jim Brown, Muhammad Ali rolled into one made for TV package. She is quite possibly the most gifted female athlete in our lifetime. That she is, and she has proven herself enough for everyone, right? For everyone. But then he goes on, because he was never going to leave that a compliment, right? Because he called her an underachiever. He goes, unfortunately for us, she lacks the courage to fulfill her destiny. She'd rather eat half her way through none. You see what I'm saying right here, right? She'd rather eat. That's, oh my God, I hate this for us. I actually hate this for us. She'd rather eat half her way through non-major tournaments and complain she's not getting the respect her 11 major championships resume demands. She complains about being ranked number 2 in the world when she's not on Twitter or her blog about new rules that forbid Wimbledon's players from eating in the locker room. Seriously, how else can Serena fill out her size 16 shorts without grazing at her stall between matches? I know you think I'm a hypocrite. No, I'm not. Sports writers are supposed to be plump and lazy. I'm fulfilling my destiny. That's where we are. And you probably think I don't like Serena. You're wrong. I love her. She is the main reason I watch tennis. She's fascinating. Her power and skill are breathtaking. And when she's in shape, she's every bit as sexy as Beyonce. Why? Why? Absolutely. Why are you commenting on this woman's body, physique in terms of sexiness and beauty in comparison to Beyonce when you're talking about an athlete? Why? You are disgusting. And I get to put the Mucinex ambassador up there and say, you are him. No, I get to do that. I get to do that. I know sex appeal isn't supposed to matter in sports. That's such a load of whatever. Television sells sex appeal in man's sport too. You think being tall, dark, and handsome didn't significantly enhance Jordan's appeal? You think, look, so he's saying he gets to critique the sexiness of Serena Williams because in his mind, men are objectified in the same way. Look, I don't care what this man has to say about Serena Williams. What you are doing is attempting to degrade someone for absolutely no reason. I'm not even going to comment on the men you listed, whether or not they're cute. It is annoying to me that someone who looks the way you do have the audacity to sit on the internet and talk about someone else like this. So yes, we are going to get into Uncle Fester. We're going to get into Marjan Boo. We're going to get in to understand what it is that the ambassador for Mucinex, the second ambassador for Mucinex, had to say. And we're going to dissect it. We're going to give it breathing room to understand what we're talking about because it's absolutely disgusting. And yes, he dislikes Black women. Like, it is what it is. It is what it is. We're talking about a tennis player. You're talking about some, oh, beauty matters. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You sitting in front of the camera trying to get viewers it might matter regarding beauty for you specifically, but as a tennis player, she is more than beautiful. You, however, we need to talk about. You, however, we need to get a gym membership for. You, we need to get into. So Uncle Fester, Marjan Boo, the Mucinex ambassador, we're going to talk. Let's do it. Where do we start? Yeah, we're going to take a detour. We're going to take a detour because it's impossible for me to talk about him without dragging. It literally is impossible for me to talk about him currently without dragging. I don't know why I am hyped up the way that I'm hyped up currently, but let me send out this link because I need a friend of mine said I asked her to come on with me, and she definitely said she was going to come on and speak with me, and I did not send the link. So let me do that now. How is everyone doing? I hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful Friday. This is not a drill session. We, I don't know. I am not a driller. But I do think he needs to be put in his place. And so let me do this. Hey, live. All right. A friend of mine wanted to come on. And so before we have her come on, I probably should not drink before I do these. Someone said Themis and those drill session. Someone said I was looking very proper. And the best dressed YouTube award goes to Themis. Thank you. I appreciate you. Someone said this is definitely a drill. All right. Thank you. Positive vibes. I'm gonna stop because we do actually need to get into the argument. So I hope we are all comfortable with ad hominem attacks tonight. Tonight we are comfortable with ad hominem attacks. The reason is he's been doing it for years now. He's been attacking people who literally did nothing to him. And by people, I mean specifically Black women. And I don't like it. I don't like it. So we're going to do that. All right. Let's back out of this. That was my attempt at justifying why the thumbnail is what the thumbnail is. It will stay the way it is, and I don't feel bad about it. Let me see. The blue is awesome, but the drag will be fire. No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I promise. I don't know where that came from. It probably came from the alcohol. I won't. I won't. I will try to contain myself and literally refrain. I will refrain from commenting further on his appearance, but I will not stop you from doing it in the comments. All right. So I was on, all of this is struggle, by the way. All of this is all struggle. I was minding my business on Instagram, and then I saw this clip, and everyone is talking about this clip that now has 1 million views. And people are getting bold. So before we even get to the elephant in the room, before we get to Jason Whitlock, let's go over to Instagram. I don't know who this man is. I don't know this man's name. Apparently, they have a everyone has a podcast now, including myself. So it is what it is. Let's go to this young man talking about dating, because apparently we didn't leave the dating problems in 2022. We brought it with us in 2023. So we're going to be in mess and degeneracy for a minute. Maybe in 2024, we'll get something new. A fresh batch of ideas will come out of the manosphere, will come out of the men we have. Like, maybe there will be something at somewhere. But at this point, I don't have any hope. So this man really had never obviously thought about his own ideas. He's never really engaged fully or meaningfully with what he thought. But he went on a podcast and decided to say the things that he was thinking. I don't know why these men keep saying the things that they're thinking out loud. But let's watch and let's talk. Because this is not it's giving. I'm not going to say what it's giving, but it's giving something very specific that starts with a P.
I think younger women tend to be more impressionable. I think older women, you know, in my experience, you 30, 33, 35, the experiences that you have at that point is just, you know, a little bit too much for me. And I really think in some cases you really can't teach an old dog new tricks. So I prefer, you know, my women to be the younger variety.
If a woman wants to respect you and give you the respect to lead and be her partner, why do you need to have that level of power over her if you're not trying to manipulate someone?
See, it's not power, it's impressionable. I've never seen a successful partnership where the other person wouldn't allow themselves to be impressed upon. If I'm a person and I got a vision, I got a plan, I got a whole program, I would think that the person that wants to be with me is willing to learn and willing to adopt some of the ways or even some of the principles that I have.
That's not impressionable. Impressionable is basically getting someone to do what you want them to do because they're easily swayed and easily persuaded to do what you want them to do.
Who said that? Did you make that up?
Well,
when you hire somebody, you look for somebody that's impressionable.
But
why would I listen?
Right, so you can train them. So you can, when you hire somebody, you're about to train them.
Now,
and that's why you want them impressionable.
I'm trying to think. Was it better that they spoke, or should they have just let him talk and just let, like, after he talked, just move on? Because at this point, what he's doing, by the way, is articulating what I think a lot of men feel. Well, I don't know if it's a lot of men, but a lot of men online, and definitely the men in the manosphere. It is very strange to me that we are having conversation out in public about control, manipulation, and things of the sort. This, by the way, we're going to get right into the passport bros after this. But I think this highlights why the passport bros are moving overseas. It has nothing to do with wanting better women. It has everything to do, in my opinion, and you'll hear one of them articulated, about finance and control. That's what it is about. It is about finance and control. That's precisely why these men are going overseas. It's giving file with a cap. Yes, absolutely. It's giving PDF file. Like, then you're going to use an analogy talking about, oh, when you hire someone, you want them to be impressionable. Yes, to train them. To train them. That, yes, hurry up and eat. What he fails to realize is women aren't his employees. Right? Thank you, Meaningful 22. Peter, yeah, but I don't think these people are thinking about what they're saying, the meaning of what they're saying, and ultimately the implication of what they're saying. And it's really disheartening to watch. Wait a minute. Why did I look at the screen and all I saw on my screen just now were a bunch of men with their passport, like just waving it. I completely forgot that I already queued. No, yeah, I have to play this. I have to play this. Why y'all look like this? Oh my God. I did interview this week. I definitely wasn't ready for someone impressionable. Right? But not obviously they're talking about in jobs and employment. Thank you, Electric Bell. Eclectic Bell. I don't understand why it is that he's so comfortable saying it out loud. And the only reason I can give for why they want to say this out loud or they're saying it out loud is I don't think they fully understand how horrible what they're saying sound. Now, everyone in the comments, they're trying to clean it up and they're trying to do this and they're trying to do that. And I'm just sitting there like, nah, you said what you said. We need a GoFundMe for passport boys. Get them out of here and revoke their US passport so they can never come back. Well, let's get to the passport, bros. I have so much I want to say about this, but I'm gonna leave it. 30 to 60G will employ who, sir? We is free. wait. Let me show you something. I'm only playing this because these men actually think they're intimidating people, and that if they keep talking that about them leaving the US and they're going overseas and you're going to be mad. Look at these men. Look at why? Why are you sitting up here waving your passport and a passport card in our faces, smiling? There is no one in this chat. I've never shown this video to anyone. And they're like, oh my God, I would want that one. Which one? Which one? Do you want this one? Do you want this? Like, which one of y'all do you think people are going to be upset that they're leaving? Like, if I am doing a movement and I want to piss the women off, right? I would pay actors in this short to, I would play people who look attractive to be here doing this. Because what I don't want is for people to look at a stitched together clip of y'all saying y'all gonna leave and say, oh, okay, cool, I will pay for the trip for you if you agree that you will never come back. Like, at least pay some actors to come and wave their passport, because at the rate y'all going, I'm pretty sure there are women in this chat who are thinking, you know what, where can I donate so that they can go? Like, I am sure there are women in the chat. Like, y'all need to look. I will be your business partner. Y'all come over here, and like, let me tell you how to market this. Because wherever they're going, I'm sure there is not a single woman who wants to go with them. Like, what are y'all doing? What is this? This is so corny. Like, y'all. All of y'all's passport also looks new. It looks like y'all have never actually used this passport. I know the one in the center at the top has never traveled internationally with that passport card, because you absolutely cannot travel internationally with that passport card. So while everyone else is showing a new passport, good for y'all. Finally, as a citizen, you have a right to your passport. You scrape together the $50 or $75, I forgot how much it was, right? And you paid the fee and you got your passport. Now, I am sure most parents gave their children a passport. The passport was renewed. Y'all look like this is the first time y'all are seeing a passport. Y'all have a passport, and that's on period. Good for you for being a good citizen to get your passport. Now go on and leave us alone. just go on about your business and leave us alone. This one with the hat, you know what? Let me not going on these people. Look, they look fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure the women in the chat are quaking right now. They're like, "Oh my God, they're going away." I'm I'm trying to imagine the women in the chat just sitting here thinking, "Wait, what's the passport?" Someone say what's to? I don't know. I just got my passport. I I renewed my passport a couple 2 years ago, so I don't remember how much I paid for it. But I do know there were too many stamps, and I couldn't go anywhere with it. Like there was nowhere for any more stamps to go. So good on them for finally like traveling. Period. The one with the passport card is going probably to Canada or Mexico. Can't really go anywhere else. These men look like they're all about to be retired. Like, look, well, let me read these super chats because I can. What possess a group of men to go online and take a video, put it in your face, and bring up a passport and just be like, wee, wee. Are you gonna go or not? Because the first step is to get the passport. The second step is probably to get a visa. The third step is to book these tickets to fly there, maybe a hotel room. Like, y'all gonna have to start saving. Y'all have 5 years to scrape together the amount of money you guys need. Like, y'all, by the time y'all are out here waving the passport in people's face, you could have literally been taking up more shifts so that you can like scrape together some money to like go out in 5 to 10 years. Y'all did it. Y'all did it with this passport. Y'all paid enough for the passport. We don't actually know if this is your passport because, girl, we didn't. None of y'all opened it, right? And I don't mind y'all not open it because we don't want to see the passport numbers, but like, I need to see some pictures. I need the picture. I need identification, verification. But like, all right, let's say you got the passport. Now go to the embassy. Go to the embassy, figure out how much you need. You don't have to go, you can Google this, right? Take up some extra shifts. Create a separate account, you know what I mean? You don't want yeah, listen. Create a separate account, you know what I mean? And like figure it out. Go get your extra shift, do some graveyard shifts, like really put in some work. And maybe in 5 to 10 years, you can buy the ticket, book the hotel, and make the like. Period. I am here for y'all traveling. Now, what y'all do when y'all over there is a problem. But like, we are all here for y'all widening your horizon, getting some thought in there. Like, period. Get some culture. I'm for it. I am for traveling to expand your mind. Now, what they're going over there to do, absolutely not. Now, let them tell it. It's now women imperative to avoid. Wait. To avoid all you know what you're getting. Evasive maneuvers. I repeat, evasive maneuver. Look, y'all are not going to tell me y'all are not out here quaking right now. I know y'all are shook that these men are about to leave y'all in the dust. These men said, we do not want these American women. We're about to go overseas and we're going to go. I don't know what they're going to do overseas, but I don't even think they're going overseas, girl. This passport can't even close. It's so new. It's just right off the press. Period. Visa them, please. Visa bros. That's the next movement. I know a lot of them are probably going to be very surprised when they realize for some countries you're going to need to get a visa. That's the next surprise. That's going to be the next big surprise. Make them go on, period. Um, please leave Passport Bros. I support you 100%. Bye bye. Look, for me, let me move them from the screen. It is such a weird thing. It's similar. I get the same vibe when someone is crying and you're like, oh my God, I'm crying. And they take their phone up and they record themselves crying. They edit themselves crying and then they upload themselves crying. That don't make no sense. And this is the same vibe I get. Those were thumbnails of old fallen tree trunks. When the dust settles on international territory, period. We're attempting. I need to get Curry Up and Eat. Curry Up and Eat got the best comments for January. So we're going to be announcing prizes and things like that soon. But I'm looking for the best comments, and Curry Up and Eat won for January. Every month we're going to do a best comment. When the dust settles on international territory. Just read that. Thank you. Oh, there's a lot. They need the up. Someone said they need the music. Wait. I have to do this. I literally have to do it now. Y'all gonna get sick of this violin. That's what y'all are gonna do. Y'all are gonna be sick of this violin. Let me turn it down. For 9 cents a day, you can help. For 9 for only 9 cents a day. Wait, Jesus, no. In the arms. Wait. I can't. No. This is wrong. I'm done. I'm just gonna read the super chats. Y'all dead wrong. This is not me. Whew. I can't. Let me grab some popcorn. Is that the same dude that said he wanted someone malleable? Yeah, that was earlier. Yeah. It's giving some Joanna Cruz. Look, I actually have to monitor my drinking because like literally all I do when I drink is giggle. And y'all are playing into this right now. Y'all are playing into this too much. Curry Up and Eat says, I know a foreign-born passport, bro. He does not even have his U.S. citizenship. LOL, and can't find his birth certificate. Bless his immigration. We're gonna have a prior. We're gonna pray over this immigration situation. We're gonna pray over. We're gonna pray over this immigration situation. Yeah, we need someone to battle Curry Up and Eve. Y'all know you want these Morehouse men, right? They need to go set up shop in front of the they need to go set up shop in front of the medical school. Who said that? Jonathan. Jonathan said y'all need to go set up shop in front of the med school at Morehouse. Let me stop. Let me drink some water because y'all play too much. We're loving it. Be free and marry Themis. Absolutely not. Y'all gonna have me out here acting up. They talk about these passports like people from my old stomping ground would talk about a bank account like it's a flex. It's sad. I mean, it is sad. It is sad. I mean, it highlights a kind of ignorance to like regular culture where everyone literally I assumed everyone had a passport. So you showing me your passport, I'm like, I assumed you had a passport. Like, I assumed you had, but you showing me that you have implies that a lot of people don't. And is that like weird? Because it's weird to me to be like out here with your passport, like hee hee hee. I got one. You're like, oh, okay. Did you get the visa? Did you book the flight? Did you save up the coins to leave? And period. When AliExpress can't deliver your mail order bride quick enough, hashtag passport, bro. More like the R. Kelly, bro. Girl. The Babblehead Bros. Hickman's William is a soundtrack of degeneracy. Look. All right, wait, let's get into this. So there is a passport bro who definitely came out. Oh, actually, let me show you something. I feel like this is actually kind of funny. Hopefully, I don't remember if there was music. If there's music, then I'll put it on mute. So this is one of the people, the passport people, like going out. He in the title he have hashtag passport bro. He's in Brazil, and this is what he decided to do. Unfortunately, passport ownership is rare in America. See, I didn't know that. I did not know that. I literally just assumed everyone had a passport. I don't think I've ever not had a passport. But yeah, so that's what I'm noticing. Like these men are coming online and they're like, "Oh my god, my passport," and I'm like, "All right, period." You better have a passport. Period. So here we go. This is what this guy. He said he just landed. He landed in Brazil and he was about to leave the airport or whatever, and it was just so easy for him. So this is what he posted.
Noite. Okay. Noite. Caprinhos, namorar in Brazil. Yeah, man. We out here in Brazil, man. My first day out here in Brazil, man. I couldn't wait to get these motherfucking caprinhos, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, que delícia!
For real, you hear me? Yeah, man. Shit, man. Out here in Brazil, man. Shit, man. You know, it's what we do out here, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit, man, you know, y'all need to get out here, man, get your passport, quit bullshit, you know what I
mean? So his vocabulary consists of 3 words, man. Period. So look, you get in where you can fit in. Look. I feel like every single word I have to say isn't good, and now I feel like I'm like not supposed to say what I'm saying. So I saw a super chat. It says, traveling should be about exploration of self and embracing culture, not exploring other people's neither regions. Lord, right? These guys are flying out with their walking sticks, pacemaker, blue pills, and hypertension. Look, they can go. My issue is I'm sitting up here and I'm thinking like, why is this film? 2, can you form a sentence? Can you like explain anything? Like make any kind of sentence. Just make a complete make a complete thought. Like complete a thought in sentence form. Like do that. Because I can see honestly why certain people would want to leave. Because like if someone is like, can you tell me what you think? And you can't, like, it can become very hectic. It can be very hectic. Like when I just came to America, I would speak. I remember I spoke in class and everyone bursted out laughing, and I felt bad. So like the inability to communicate might make you in like it's intimidating. America can be intimidating. America is intimidating. I think America is intimidating. It feels like I have to like try and be better and educate myself and get a job and engage in political discourse and really try to network and have a resume and form complete sentences. Like it is a lot. It's a lot. It's definitely a lot. His vocabulary consists of bandit banter. She's about to rob this man. He getting set up. Look, leave these amazing women alone. They're just trying to survive. It's giving, look at me, I'm ugly and had $200. No. 4 words, bad credit score, Brazil will be pressed. 1 shot of HPV coming up, poor woman. Bandit banter. Look, these men say they are living their best life. So I'm thinking like, look, I am sure there is something about the American economy that is sending people overseas, right? So I don't know why I was on TikTok. I don't know. I apologize. But I was on TikTok and I found this man doing mathematical work. This man was doing math. He was explaining the what was happening with Passport Bros. Oh my God, my Discord is a mess. Let me go in there. I told them that when I go live, I'll go in with them. I'm going to call you guys in the Discord afterwards. Get a class. All right, I'm in the Discord too now. Don't mock him. Clearly, the American educational system failed him. Be reprobate, great king. Great king. Banditees. Is that bandit banter? I'm gonna leave this up there. All right, so this gentleman, I'm assuming he's a
A single man who makes six.
Sorry, this man, he's going to do the equations for us. So we are going to listen because I don't want to mischaracterize why these men are going overseas. So let them tell us in their own words.
A single man who makes $62,000 a year, does he really need a woman? We're going to get into it, right? Do you really need an American woman? $62,000 a year, and that's on the low end. So you guys say, oh, that's low. Okay, cool. He's a single guy. He don't need much more, especially if he's happy. $62,000 a year. You miss $11,000 out in taxes. It might be lower, it might be higher. Who knows? It's just speculation. So $11,000 in taxes since he's a single man. That brings it down to $51,000. $51,000 minus the $1,000 he's going to pay in the South with a decent apartment, $1,000 in rent. So $1,000, that's $12,000. So $51,000 minus 12, you're gonna get left with $39,000. $39,000. Maybe he want his apartment clean. $39,000. Now you got to get his apartment clean. $45 a week times 52. That's going to leave you with $2,340. So with $2,340 being taken out of the 39, now you're left with $36,660, right? With $36,660, now you got to get $275 a week times 12 for food, right? So 275 times 12, we're gonna get that's $3,300. So that's going to minus what he's accumulated thus far, right? So now he's left with what, $33,360, give or take. So now he's left with all that. So now you can include that with partying, all of that stuff. So even saving, me, I'm going to probably save a half of that, right? Try to, at least. So out of that 33, you got miscellaneous stuff. You're going to save per year about 15,000 after everything. So now you got a little bit of money to play with, invest, and do whatever. So you mean to tell me I got $15,000 saved, right? And another $15,000 that I could do miscellaneous things with, travel, do all of this stuff. And you mean to tell me I got $15,000 every year, and you multiply that, right, by 10 years, right? And give or take, you might save even more the next year. So me, I'm going to try to save the max. So I'm going to save like 20 grand. So you're talking about $20,000 in 5 years. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 5 years, you got $100,000 in the bank if you do it like I'm telling you to do it. I need a woman to take away. Think about it. You going to travel, going out the country every 2 months. You learn how to discipline yourself. You don't drink that much. You learn how to control yourself sexually. You learn how to control yourself from an alcoholic manner. You got friends you chop it up with. Y'all go out every now and then. You go out the country with them. Your trips out of the country are pretty cheap. You mean to tell me I'm going to do $1,000, get it chopped in half to worry about taking out a woman, worry about what she thinks of my budget when I'm over there? I got women overseas, so I don't need a woman here. You think that's what we've come to? Men are actually sitting down putting this together because women said they don't need men for so long. Now men are like, okay, if you don't need us, okay, we got to buy your affection. Okay, if
All right. So for me, I don't think you all were listening. I don't understand why you guys aren't listening. I see a lot of words like bandit math, math. And I feel like if you guys were listening with the correct ear, you have to open your third eye. So I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you understand what this man is saying, because it's not fair for this man to do this kind of math and for people not to understand. So we're going to listen again, but I want you guys to listen, like meaningfully listen. No super chat, get your pen and paper out, and we are going to all listen again together. This time I will help.
a single man who makes $62,000 a year, we're gonna get into it, right? Do you really need a American woman? $62,000 a year, that's on the low end. You guys go, oh, low. Let me go. He's a single guy. He don't need much more, especially if he's happy. $62,000 a year. You minus $11,000 out in taxes, so we'll make it. So $11,000 a year. Depends on $12,000 minus the $1,000 you have to pay this house. The decent $1,000 in rent. So $1,000. So 51,000 minus 12, $39,000. $39,000. If you want this clean, $39,000. Now you got to do this apartment clean, $45 a week times 52. That's going to leave you with $2,340. So with $2,340 being taken out of the 39, now you're left with $36,660, right? With $36,660, now you got to get $275 a week times 12 food, right? So 25 times 12, you're gonna get that's $3,300. But that's gonna minus what he's accumulated or thus far, right? So now he's left with what? $33,300. So now he's left with all that. So now we can include that with partying, all of that stuff. So even say $8,000 after that, right? Try to at least. So out of that 33, you got you're gonna save per year about 15,000 after everything. So now you got a little bit of money to play with, invest, and do whatever. So you mean to tell me I got $15,000 paid, right? And another $15,000 that I could do listening, travel, do all of this stuff. And you mean to tell me that's $15,000 a year? You multiply that, right? It will take place more next year. So me, I'm gonna try to save the max. I'm gonna save like 20 grand. So you're talking about $20,000 in 5 years. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 5 years, you got $100,000 in the bank if you do it like I'm telling you to do it. I need a woman to take away. Think about it. You going to travel, going out the country every 2 months. You learn how to discipline yourself. You don't drink that much. You learn how to control yourself sexually. You learn how to control yourself from an alcoholic manner. You got friends you chop it up with. You go out every now and then. You go out the country with them. Your trips out of the country are pretty cheap. You mean to tell me I'm going to do $1,000, get it chopped in half to worry about taking out a woman, worry about what she thinks of my budget when I'm over there. I got women overseas, so I don't need a woman here. You think that's what we've come to? Men are actually sitting down putting this together because women said they don't need men for so long. Now men are like, okay, they don't need us. Okay, we got to buy your affection. Okay, if you getting attention from everybody at the expense of me, because let me tell you, I've said this before. Foreign women want your attention. American women or women in West.
Wait, before we go on, I wanted to see who would catch this because, like, I wasn't really paying attention to him because I don't care. Y equals MX plus Dusty. Okay. Hope, why did you do that? With the rent and tax alone, you would subtract 25K and then start from there. Yeah, this is why I don't know where he got the rent money because, like, per year, it is 1 month times 12. just. Look, he said men are doing the math. So if they're doing let me read these super chats because I don't got time for y'all. Let me read some of these before we continue down the degenerate road. Currency arbitrage is socially awkward humans with struggle pedigree. Men who travel to emerging markets to find women. I cannot compete. Yeah. Arbitrage. Love it. Love when I see these words. Someone said the abacus took by 1,000 will get you a nice cardboard box in New York. Period. And what more do you need? You don't need more than a cardboard box. This is the problem with you people. You people want more. They don't have more to give. That's why they go. I'm kidding. Let me stop. Who taught it how to stop? A new discipline is born today. Dusty King math. Yeah, this man was doing some really strong calculation. Carry the one, subtract the logic. Oh, he's slow. Period. Y'all gonna get me. Good. Let him lead the League of Deplorables to prison for tax evasion with this terrible. Oh, girl, I think he just literally forgot about paying taxes, which is what. So cooking and cleaning himself is unfathomable. The math ain't mathin'. The math is mathin'. It's actually high-level trigonometry. You just have to understand that this is a different kind of calculus. We need Petty's whiteboard for this. Dust trigonometry accounting, period. It's Petty here. If Petty had his Petty's out here twerking in the chat. He wasn't doing his whiteboard. We are getting the sour mango juice wisdom. It is good mango juice. It's not sour. Struggle the man tree. I love that one. Finji says he must be on Section 8 or getting a free house for Habitat from Humanity. Look, I need one of my houses from Habitat for Humanity. If you guys have a child, I need to get a child because I do need this Habitat for Humanity house. I heard they were giving it out to people who have children. Rent right now for 1K is under the freeway. Rent due. Limitless Limited, back to second grade, please. Look, I don't know how you can save $30,000 when you make $60,000 in this economy, but period. For always giving great informative content. Thank you. You're gonna really be mad at me because tonight I've been drinking. Beyonce said it best. I've been drinking. So tonight will not be that night. I've had a really nice week, I think, generally, all things considered. So I started celebrating today. So tonight, I might actually wake up tomorrow and have to private this video. Just as an FYI, I'm warning y'all. I might have to private this video tomorrow when I rewatch. Thank you, Renita.
Westernized society want attention from everybody else at the expense of you. So, just put it together. Dude's been putting it together. So why would a dude want an American woman when you got beautiful women over there who you don't have to give really nothing to? Some guys don't give nothing to these women. Some guys try to use that same ideology that they built here to bring it overseas, which is an error. But so you guys got to know, well, women will do this. He should be broke down and mapped out everything that a strong woman can do to you, everything that you got to do for her. And the dudes who going over to these other countries with giant girls, women, can make that expat money or horizontal money while they're sleeping and living overseas with women. Overseas, live for 6 months and come back, make money in the U.S. with women. So no matter how you try to get it, the men who are single make a decent living, who, even if they had other expenses, still have enough money to live on. It doesn't matter. Sit down and do your books and see what you're spending on 8 Netflix accounts because you got money coming out from all over. So why would a man need a woman? He's doing all of this. Out women. A single man.
All right. So he's saying it's too costly to have women over here. You can survive on your own over here, save enough money, and go overseas to get women that you don't need someone to help you pay your bills. Period. Well, literally took Batman out of the home. Calcudust available for undergrad. Question: probably at this point. Hopefully. Trajectory plus E equals MC squared divided by comma minus Y equals 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. Renita, welcome to the membership. Thank you. For the members, we'll have the book, not Career Up and Eat, but Wake Up, Make Up, Slay, finished reading. She's editing, and I will post that for you guys to listen to the book for those who don't want to read. Just so you can provide for an American woman. Just say you can provide for them. Yeah, I mean that's essentially what they're. I mean, to be fair to them, that's literally what they're saying. Now we know why they didn't own the homes they were taken out of back in the day. They thought rent was one time thing. Wait, we are an hour in and we haven't even gotten to the main the main topic. Should I play this then?
Sex
I'm gonna
starved
play.
men
I'm
going
gonna
out.
play it. So we had a response to the passport, bro. Thank you, concern. Broken men need even more broken women. That's unfortunate. Here's what this guy said. These guys were talking about the passport bros.
sex-starved men going out to prey on these third world women.
And I laugh when I see that, because what they're forgetting is that, okay, if you had a horrible dating experience with modern women in your space your entire life, guess what? Going to another country, the problems is you. No matter where you go in the world, you're still the problem. So you're still you. And you're coming off as very entitled and I deserve this, so I couldn't find what I want. The U.S. couldn't give you a woman, so you're going to another country. That's what you're fucking doing, man. Come on.
We're a pretty diverse population here in the US. Sex-starved men going.
Look, oh, she's in the back. Give me 2 seconds. I think that is actually hilarious. They're getting dragged for this, as they should. Apparently, the Whitlock guy did a commentary on Passport Bros, and I am actually, before we get into what he said about
Kravitz
mothers, I actually want to go over this first, but I have a guest. I know you are tired of me, but what is the name of that violin piece you play? I need it to, so I can play it when my job asks me to come in on my off day. All right, I can send you the name, actually. You ready? I pronounce it Argone, so it's Argone. I hope you heard that. Thank you so much. The last one. These white back to front. I said what I said. Not white back from back to front. The Brads are dragging. All right. So we haven't gotten into the main topic yet. I have a guest. Wait, let me know in the private chat if you want to come on now, or I'm still trying to catch up on what we're discussing. LOL. Okay, you don't have to come on now. You can take a break. I started down a path. I was going to do this after we discuss the Mucinex ambassador, but I decided, because I wanted to give you some time. Thank you, Level Up Single Mom. This is the piece. Because I wanted to give you some time, I decided that I would do that. But apparently, the person we are discussing today did a video, or today or yesterday, he did a video on the Passport Bros, right? Here it is. And I wanted to play it with you guys so we can discuss it. I haven't seen this. I don't know how much of it I want to watch. But let's hear what he had to say. He's the same one who was talking about single mothers, but he had comments on the Passport Bros. So I am sure, because he's posturing himself to be in the manosphere, that he is going to say this is fine and it's still Black woman's fault. So let's get into it. By the way, if you're in the back and you want to come on, let me know. The Naked Truth. Hello, Themis. Where is Pink Pill? We miss her. Oh, you guys, I feel like this is a setup. Is this a setup? Because I feel like I'm being set up right now. I will explain in a minute. But yeah, I'm going to watch some of this.
Today, let's talk about Passport Bros. It's a growing movement of Black men who shop for wives and girlfriends in foreign countries. They do it because the American Black woman has abandoned traditional marriage values and roles. Fearless is coming in hot tonight. Grab your popcorn.
Did this man just say shop for wives? I know this man just did not just say shop for wives. And here's the thing that I don't like. Here's the thing that I don't like. I'm sobering up because this is kind of ridiculous. How are you blaming Black women for men going overseas to find wives of different race and culture when they could literally do it in the US? If they want to, quote unquote, divest, they could literally go anywhere in the US and do it. So if they're going overseas, it's not just Black women. My mom is calling me. Let me answer her and tell her I'm live. I'm live.
Did you get the stuff I sent?
I did get the stuff you sent. Thank you.
All right.
Wait,
Bye.
do you want to say hello to everyone?
Hi, everyone.
All right.
All right. Bye. Love you.
Love you too. Bye. Period. So we know that this person wants to lay it at the feet of Black women, but even if these men were being honest and they were women they can't get over here or they were not submissive, it would literally be literally every single one of the American women. You would have to bypass all American women and go overseas. The fact that you are going overseas, you cannot sit there, Jason Whitlock, looking like you look. I'm going to leave that there and blame African American women when they literally could have any other race of women in America. So if they're going overseas and it's the women's fault, it's not just African American women. You have to claim that it's all of these women, including the women you claim you prefer, which is white women. I hadn't forgotten that. I remember an interview you did where you talked about why it was that you liked white women as opposed to Black women. Oh, I remember. I told y'all I don't forget anything. All right, let's get into Jason Whitlock.
Welcome to Fearless with Jason Whitlock. I am Jason Whitlock, your host. Happy Thursday to you and yours. We've almost made it to the weekend. Friday's just around the corner. Apologize for no show yesterday. Weather difficulties here in Nashville and Dallas. Didn't want people traveling on icy roads, so we took Wednesday off. But as I just told you in that cold open, we're coming in piping hot today. We have a fantastic, awesome show planned for you today. Royce White, Shamika Michelle are going to be here to help me discuss Passport Bros. TJ Moe is going to come in and help me talk about a passport bro, Tom Brady, who married and now is divorcing Gisele Bundchen. And then Steve Kim, the Korean Cosell, will be here to talk all things sports related. It's going to be an awesome show. If you thought I was in trouble for my comments on Tucker Carlson, I'll probably get in more trouble today talking about Passport Bros. We'll get into that in a minute. But first, I want to tell you how to get a good night's sleep with my good friends Cozy Earth. Lenny Kravitz, The Yearning for Traditional Women and Pushback Against Matriarchal Culture explain the meteoric rise of social media influencers such as Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate. Samuels died unexpectedly last year. He had built a huge following discussing Black women's unreasonable relationship expectations. Tate postures as a hyper-masculine man of the Renaissance man of the world. The Romanian government is investigating him for operating a sex trafficking ring. Tate says the investigation is fraudulent and an attempt to silence a loud voice that fights against the emasculation of men. Tate, who is mixed race, advises men to date and marry Muslim women. Take a listen for yourself.
Yeah. And the only people left in America who are resisting liberal indoctrination are the Muslims, and there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah. And this is why my view, once again, my conservative views are all skewed up because I'm almost on the team of the Muslims now.
Jesus.
But then the only people you have left who don't want transgenders in schools. Yeah. The only people you have left who don't want to tell kids that being gay is better than being heterosexual.
They're very proudly pro-family.
Yeah, they're the only people they have left who have families and have kids. Yeah. They're the only people. Like you have no one. There's no other allies in Western Europe besides them. And in the long run, in my view, is super pessimistic. This Muslim's going to win anyway. They're outbreeding, and I think the average English woman has 1.6 kids. The average Muslim woman in England has like 6.8. Like they're just within 30 years, we're outbred anyway. So the fight's over, done. It's done. It's not even close. The population is going to overpass us. So at least they have ideals which don't completely go down the liberal lunacy. And it's amazing to me that the left, what's funny is they're cognitive dissidents. The left, they idolize Islam and they idolize all their other bullshit, and they're completely non-compatible. We're talking earlier about frame. Muslims have the best frame on earth. Like I said, this is why I piss a lot of conservatives.
But no, hey, Nolly's world.
Conservatives off, but the reality of the Western world.
A bit of why I'm circling back to this. This is just a continuation of the conversation we've been having all week about single motherhood, the problems created in the hood, and for the most part, we're dancing around these issues. No one wants to take it head on. It's the biggest crisis, don't go anywhere. It's the biggest crisis, don't go anywhere. It's the biggest crisis going on within the Black community. The fall of the Black family, not raising women worthy of marriage or even interested in marriage. And we mostly dance around this issue. And this week, when I started talking about the family and people thought it was interesting, like the Shade Room picked it up. And the Shade Room is a aggregator, a popular social media account. And it's not surprising, like later that day, and I don't know if it's true, but later that day, I started seeing rumors that TD Jakes and his family have some sort of financial stake or involvement in the Shade Room. And the Shade Room is very secular. But I thought it was interesting that they picked up my Tucker Carlson comments and didn't just like really try to assassinate me with their promotion of it. And then you have to remember that TD Jakes, maybe 6-7 months ago, he started trending and people started talking about him when he did a sermon about we're raising Black women to be men. And it's true. Everybody's dancing around and nibbling at this issue. And TD Jakes went after it in that particular sermon and people talked about it. But this is like something that probably needs to be discussed every single day, every single Sunday. Can't sustain a relationship on racial idolatry or racial victimization. Racial idolatry and racial victimization are popular, pervasive talking points within Black churches. You can't build a relationship on that foundation.
All right. So he is defending the passport bros, the passport boys' ability to go overseas and find quote unquote love and whatever else he's thinking they're finding over there. Period. It's interesting to me that someone who tries to posit strong Christian beliefs would not take issue with sex tourism. Like he brushes over that point as if, as a Christian, you have an issue with Black people, you have an issue with Black this, Black that, but you don't have an issue with sex tourism. How? How is that possible at all? It feels like you're lying, Mr. Mucinex. It feels like Uncle Fester is lying. Like it feels like Uncle Fester is lying. Black Martian Boy is lying. Like I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm gonna skip the front part because he's talking a lot about things, but apparently he brings on guests. So let's get to the girl, not this one. Let's get to the first guest. There is a lady guest that he brings on that I want to talk about, but let's get into it. Yeah.
World. Royce, let me see where I want to start and bring you into this conversation. Right now, I'm arguing that, the divergent values and instincts and roles have basically made relationships between a Black man and Black woman unsustainable and a pipe dream.
Absolutely. And we talked about this before, but the Willie Lynch address, right? The Willie Lynch address described this perfectly. And many people argue or debate whether the Willie Lynch address is actually authentic or not. But whether it's authentic or not, I don't think anybody who reads it, who grew up in.
Is there an argument that the Willie Lynch address is authentic? I want to hear the argument that it is authentic, because I know as a fact it's not. I know the language used indicate that it was written way after it was said to have been written. So anyway, let's continue. That's a very silly point that I didn't realize there were people who still think that it's real. I didn't know that. Like, period. Willie Lynch.
The black community can deny its accuracy from a cultural standpoint. We're raising our kids in reverse roles, and it's not by accident. It's not by accident. Women have a much less impulse to revolt. Women have a much less impulse to violence. And that was what Willie Lynch described, or what is described in the address, is that if you can, if you can shatter the image of the black woman of the black man in the black woman's mind, she'll be your greatest guard dog. And that's a terrible realization when you really think about it. It's dark, and it's quite perverse, but it is the reality, and it is what has happened. The black woman has served.
This census on marriage proves that our population still had the least marriage out of all groups, even in the midst of civil rights, probably, and pro-black and pan-Africanists, 81 million were married then, and our group had under 9 million. Yeah, well, not slow Joe Budden. No, it's not slow Budden. Y'all play too much. Thank you, MJ. Actually, should I even do this? Because I feel terrible, because like we did go through the Willie Lynch letter, and I am sure wait, the Willie Lynch letter says some very specific things about men. When they talk about controlling slaves, we know it's fake, but if you wanna cite it, should I do this? I'm trying to put it on there because the light skin versus dark skin, all of that came up in there. Yes, male versus female fight was a part of the address. But it also talks about dependency on the master, which I'm assuming they're going to say is the welfare state. The black males versus older male versus younger male was still a part of it. I'm not going to put up this letter. I'm not about to give breathing room to these people and their foolishness. Like, if you want to, like, you're going to read a document that's actually ahistoric, and you are going to cite it for saying that it describes how thank you, MJ. I appreciate that. And yes, it won't be long before mainstream begins to insert their opinion in the oh yes. Let me play this foolishness.
As the outer bastion for the entire neoliberal, neocon establishment, and she stifles any real revolt from black men to either revolt in a real way, or even just get together politically, socially. Everybody has to be home by 9 p.m. or else they're out cheating and whatever else. So yeah, the black woman has become the greatest tool of the establishment, no doubt.
I love you bringing. I wasn't prepared, but I love you bringing.
Not the black woman is the biggest tool of white supremacy. And see, by the way, this is why people are like, oh my God, Cynthia G is scary, blah, 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 Themis, Cynthia G. Nah, y'all are out here saying some really messed up foolishness. And there needs to be an equal voice pushing back. You're like, no. No. You don't get to sit there in your suit that is way too tight, talking about how black women are the main hand of what. Girl, no, absolutely not. No. Let's do it.
Bringing the Willie Lynch letter into this, and look, there's controversy about whether it's real or not, but there are some essential truths that are espoused in that, and I like how you basically point out, like, she will be the guard dog for which, and that is what the Democrat Party has done. if the black woman is like, if you're a black man and express conservative values, if you don't vote the way they think you should vote, if for some reason, again, the number one crime you can commit as a black man is not hate Donald Trump. Right. That woman will then, you don't hate Donald Trump, can't date you, don't want to be around you, there's something wrong with you. And so she's so powerful, and too many men are so desperate for what's between her legs that they fold. In order to keep peace in the home and to keep the relationship together, they pretend like they hate Donald Trump. And again, I've had to deal with this with a lot of my own friends. And
this, by the way, have absolutely nothing to do with Donald Trump at all. He's just bringing this in for absolutely no reason. For absolutely, just want to show some love. Thank you for all you do. Oh, thank you. I'm not doing much tonight. There's not much brain work going on up there. But I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yet the overseers were all made. No. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. But they're going to sit there and pretend. All right. When the CIA pumped drugs into the black community, were black women running around selling it? Answer me that. To sit here and say that black women is the right hand of white supremacy is literally ridiculous when women are getting up, going to work, getting jobs. You can do literally everything they do. Get up, go to school, get a job. You too can do this. It's so annoying.
Again, not all, but a lot of my own friends where I've had to call them. I was like, you can't sit in front of me and pretend like Donald Trump is some sort of evil or has said something that you haven't said or done. He's no more or less immoral or moral than you, my friends. And I'm just talking about many of them, not all.
I can tell you with 100% certainty that Donald Trump has done and said things that I have never, ever in my life done or said. So let me hear where he goes with this, because if your friends are like Donald Trump, then period. It's the Christian man for me. If the man who is touting Christian talking about how his friends are like Donald Trump for me with porn stars, period. While you're married, period.
I don't want anybody, my friends, wives watching and thinking I'm talking about everybody, but I'm not talking about everybody. But I know my friends. And I know who their friends are. And if it ain't them, they're friends with me. You wouldn't like me if you thought everything Donald Trump thought and did in his personal life was out of bounds. And that means you gotta hate me. If not that I've ever said grab him by the P word, but I've said close and I've done close. And so you gotta hate me. I'd have to hate my uncle. I would have to hate my father. I would have to hate everybody at the Masterpiece Lounge, my favorite place on earth. If some of the Donald Trump, I'm like, I don't know, man. I used to go to Hugh Hefner's house for parties. What do we? So you hate me too? I'm so I love, and I would want, if you can, if there's more meat on the bone, I would love for you to unpack just more about how the woman acts as the guard dog and the overseer, and how much control she exercises over the black man, and why that is leading many black men to say, screw it. Let me grab a passport and go get me something else.
Yeah, well, for sure. And let me address two things first.
Such a great topic. I don't care who brought it to a community. Black men profit off of it and still had nothing to show for it. And Sinji did a video. I started this, but I couldn't go through with it because I had too much work, about pimping and you literally selling black women's body to the highest bidder by black men. That was rampant within certain communities. I am sorry, you don't get to sit there and say black women are the right hand of white supremacy. You don't. I'm going to need some stats. Because if we're talking about creating broken homes, then you should probably start practicing sexual discipline. You probably should be there for your children. If you're talking about broken families, which we're not there yet, we are going to get there. This is still the warm-up. We are 1 hour and 30 minutes in and we're still warming up. We have not hit the video from them that we're about to watch. So period. Why is he randomly cyber swapping Trump? I don't know. I don't even know why Trump was bought. Your guess is as good as mine. He just wanted to reaffirm to the Republicans, I guess, that he's on their side. Because men are talking about, black men, talking about their passport bros and they have to leave America because Western women aren't it. And he decided to say the reason they're doing that is because of black women. Well, sir, how about all the other races of women in the US? They're leaving them too. It might not be about the woman, but about these men's finances or lack thereof. So that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with option B.
And they correlate. The first is that the hatred of Donald Trump or the lack of support or the disavowalment of Donald Trump is not that we don't know men who act like that or we don't know men who are much worse than that.
As Christians, you should be disavowing the action. You should not be here trying to. Let me stop. I'm a new Christian, so. And I'm one of those Christians where, like, someone will say men are naturally leaders, and I'm gonna be like, absolutely not. Not these men. Nope, absolutely not. There's not a such thing as a natural born leader in terms of manhood. Nah, you're gonna have to earn that one. There be a spell of stupidity of them.
Like for him is that we don't want our elected officials to too closely represent the reality of who we are. We like that our public officials have this sort of pristine, clean-cut persona where we can convince ourselves that they're doing much better than any of us in representing us, which is a lie. And I want to start with this as well. Make no mistake about it. I feel bad for what's been done to women in this narrative, in this cultural Marxist communist narrative, because I understand from a historical standpoint, the communists and the cultural Marxists, they always go after the women first. They always join up with the women first because it's the oldest dividing line in human history. And it's easy to draw up a narrative on it. And I'll show you an example here in Minnesota. This is local. The Crown Act. It was just passed by Tim Walz, or it's being passed now in legislation, the Crown Act, that prioritizes that black women are not discriminated against in the workplace for the texture of their hair. And don't get me wrong, black women. This is where the counter movement, the Republican conservative movement, the white, predominantly white Republican conservative movement has completely misled this country. Because if there
the fact that you sit yourself up there with your phantom follicles talking about the Crown Act, not knowing that it applies to both men and women is absolutely annoying to me, first and foremost. But second, I understand why you think only women benefit from the Crown Act. What you should have said is only people with hair on their head who don't have ghost hairs and phantom follicles atop their head would benefit, because yes, you don't directly benefit from the Crown Act, sir, because you have gone bald. Nothing wrong with it. We all have something. But to sit there and pretend like you don't get to benefit from it is ridiculously annoying to me. And then to brush it off to be like, oh yeah, it's a good win for black women. Yes, it is a good win. There were laws passed about black women's hair that required them to cover it up because people felt like these men were just taken aback by it and would just literally jump on women and leave their marriages for these black women and their hair. So they passed laws because white women felt a way about black women's hair. Now black women had to cover it up. That we are now in 2023. And women are saying, yeah, we want equality. And mind you, that applies to black men and other people, all people, regarding how they want to wear their hair. Now, there can be uniforms. I'm not getting into the Crown Act. I don't really care about these people. What I want to say about it is the fact that you're sitting up there talking about, oh yeah, women have been discriminated against because of their hair, black women specifically, and now there is an act passed, a law, legislation passed that prevents that kind of discrimination in the place where you live. Why are you bringing that up as if it's not a good win? It is a good win. These women came together and fought for something that benefit both men and women in terms of their hair. Because what I'm not about to do is cut my hair again. That's what I'm not about to do. And I'm very thankful that I can wear my hair how I want to wear my hair. So I don't know what you're talking about, but absolutely not. Take several seats. I would say take a seat, but it looks like at least the guy on the left would need several seats to sit down. So instead of saying take a seat, I'm going to go ahead and say take several seats because I think it's going to take that many seats to hold you.
There was ever a time in a workplace where we tell a woman like Shamika she can't wear natural hair. We actually served as the roadblock to talking about and legislating real issues. And it has happened. And it made it easy for the Democrats to now come behind and say, hey, black women, we got you. Don't worry about the war in the Ukraine. Don't worry about nuclear holocaust. Don't worry.
Please do. I think I might review this video as well, Themis, when I get back home in a week. Yeah, please do. Please do. Because I can't even drag how I want to drag. I promise you, like, I literally, like, I want to feel vindicated in what I say, but I can't because I too have shackles. I have corporate shackles on my I have corporate shackles on my feet, so I can't dance. All right.
About the natural textured hair women in Africa or the Congo that won't have wheat and will starve to death.
Oh, so the pink pill decided that she would come on with me today. We were talking earlier, and she decided that she would come on with me today. So I'm going to add her to LOL them that feed comment. Yes, Themis, drag these in there. I don't know where these are coming from. I probably should stop drinking, Cheryl. Let me add you, pink pill, before we get back. Hey. You're muted, by the way, if you're talking.
I have my camera on, but I don't know. It's dark. I can't see.
Do you want to go out and come in again?
You think that might help? Okay.
It might.
Okay.
I'll play it. Thank you. They have problems with weave, but are crying about a law that lets them wear their natural hair. Are you kidding? Right? Thank you. How did I forget this part? How everyone's like, oh my God, weave, weave, weave. It's like, okay, girl, period. But like, you can sit there and cry about some weave, but when there's a law that allows women to wear their natural hair to work and not be discriminated against, you're still upset. Like, period. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't worry about them. We'll just make sure that your hair texture is protected in the workplace here in America. And that's exactly, I mean, this isn't a conspiracy theory. The governor of the state of Minnesota has touted this legislation as a huge progressive improvement in race relations and the overall, circumstance of racism in this country.
Oh, it worked. Hey.
Hey.
Hi,
Themis. Hi, everybody.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Great. Busy.
You look great.
Thank you. Some time away. Some self-care does wonders.
I love it. I love it. I can look at you all day. I am here for this.
Thank you. I feel the same way about you. You're so cute. You're so cute.
I've been drinking. A lot.
I see that. I see that. I like drinking Themis. I think drinking Themis is quite entertaining. Keep it up.
No, you should be bad influence. Before we get to your commentary, I know we came on to talk about the other video with these men, but I'm going to watch some more of this. I might just skip to the women part because apparently that's the part I need to watch. Their lack of self-awareness always amazes me. They look like two corpses whispering to each other, mind your own bandit affairs, right? Let's get into it, right? You want me to play some more first?
I had some, I will make one point, and we should probably move on, but I do want to make one point. When I was listening to this rhetoric that has been allowed to slide, I've been in this arena since 2010, And the lies that have been allowed to slide are now in mainstream, bleeding out into everything. The fact that, he's talking about, the guest is talking about passport bros, and how it's the Black woman's fault that there's no marriages happening, et cetera, all the things are here. And then you brought up a brilliant point about if it's the Black woman's problem, then why not get with a white American woman or a Hispanic or Asian, whatever? There's like a smorgasbord for them. Okay. So like they're here. I think that what's really happening here, I'm just bringing this term up today. You heard it here first. Toxic masculinity displacement syndrome, which is sometimes psychosis. It's a syndrome if you're functional. If you're rabbit at the mouth, it's psychosis. So I'm thinking it's the toxic masculinity displacement syndrome, meaning that they just, the power dynamic of how we used to pair up with men had a big financial element to it. So that meant that all men could kind of just ride on the wallet, stand on the wallet. But what is happening is that women are enjoying that prosperity and they're wanting more. And so the men, I think, who have the biggest problem with this are the ones who suffer from toxic masculinity estrangement syndrome. That's what I'm thinking. But I mean, it's up to you. It's your show.
Toxic masculinity displacement syndrome. I
they
do
don't know
like
where to go, so they're leaving.
By the way, it's very difficult to focus looking at you. Like it's giving literally everything that needs to be gave. So I am here for it. Ill Doctrine says in 2020, researchers at Duke University School of Business published the natural hair bias in job recruitment in social psychological and personality science, showing the biased Black women with natural hair faces in job market. Funny enough, I don't know the study. I don't actually need to know the study to understand the reality and implication of this. I cannot explain fully why I know this is a thing, particularly in corporate America, but I do know it's a thing. Yes, PB is passport bros for those taking the poll. Thank you, Ill Doctrine. I will look into this and maybe do a live stream on it. Do you want to get anything else before we continue?
No, I just wanted to just plant that little seed. Right. Like maybe you guys could talk about it. I think that syndrome has some legs. So
yeah, no, I mean I like it. Toxic masculinity displacement syndrome.
Yes.
Period.
Yes. Double period with the lipstick.
in the city, and so Black women have been marched around out front as a battering ram for all the minority groups to line up behind her and completely distract us from what's important. And the relationships are a byproduct, but it's not even really about the relationships. I mean, to be honest, the relationship, women being miserable in their late 50s and 60s. I mean, that's part of that accepted casualty rate, and that's what's really pervasive and really malicious about it. Karl Marx was a beta male. He was a cuck. He didn't believe in God. He probably despised his father, and he probably despised his mother for being with his father. He probably despised ever being born. And women are following this.
Just an FYI for those who are into sociological theories, Karl Marx, by the way, none of this is verified. He said probably, so he's just saying things. Like I don't know why people do this, but it is what it is, period. I'm trying to get my intellectual hat back on. Very difficult to do after third glass of wine.
Themis, Karl Marx, I'm not saying I agree with communism. I don't. But he literally created an entire governmental philosophy. How does a beta and then was able to enforce his will and philosophy in perpetuity? I'm trying to understand how that's beta behavior.
Look, creating a systematic framework for understanding economics.
We're
It's
literally in a Cold War with China right now because of beta Karl Marx. Really?
Look, that is beta. What's not beta is having a podcast.
He literally, in perpetuity, China, North Korea, Cuba.
Beta.
What is he talking about? Karl Marx, a beta? This man literally created
People with
a
the brain
religion,
cell-
damn near.
People
Okay,
with brain cell and intellect equals beta, period.
Okay, you can keep going, but I just had to. Wow. Okay, I think I need a drink.
Karl Marx took black men out of the
This guy, and they don't even realize they're following this guy for the most part. It saddens me. It really
Oh
does.
my Lord.
What I find really hypocritical, particularly about the Trump line, and is because we've loved to celebrate Bill Clinton as the first black president. That's like a running joke among black people. And I'm like, okay, so Trump's morality is a bridge too far. And this isn't me, because I don't think any of these people, any of these public politicians, none of them have any more morality.
Does he sound hungry to you? Don't answer that.
Than any dude that hung out at the Masterpiece Lounge, or any woman that hung out at the Masterpiece Lounge in Indianapolis in the inner city. And my uncle, who I'm just gonna tell you how, I'm just confessing and just telling you just how screwed up some of my.
Look, I don't care. I'm just gonna go try to find where that lady is. They said that lady comes in. Oh, there she is.
Oh Lord. Wow.
All right, welcome back. Let's roll out to North Carolina, bring in Shamika Michelle, get a woman's take on all of this. Shamika, let's start with just a general question. Have you?
It sounds like he's eating. I don't know. Does it not sound like Jamaica? Like, like,
He looks like he needs to stop eating, but yeah, he does look like he has something in his mouth. It's a very strange,
welcome, Shamika.
Look at his guy right there. His chin kind of is giving some Jay Leno. What do you think? Like the chin is giving a little Jay Leno?
It's giving their food somewhere hidden there. Like he could start a dinner party any moment. Like at any moment, there might be napkins out, and you see chicken legs, turkey legs. You just see all of it happening all at once. For those who might be mad, let me just say I'm only saying this because he wrote an article about Serena Williams being fat, and that's not okay. But he felt like he cannot walk up 2 flights of stairs without being winded. Now, to be fair, I too get winded when I go upstairs, but he look like he can't do it. So that's the thing. It is what it is.
You heard of the Passport Bros, and what do you think of them?
Yes, I have heard of them recently. And when I first saw it, I didn't think much about it, honestly, because I think that men have been doing this for years. If you ask me, black men are late to the party. When you look at white men who have been doing well in life, a lot of them have married foreign women. You can just look at Donald Trump himself. He had Ivanka and he had Melania, and I'm not sure.
Okay, see, if you're going to say he had Ivanka, I'm going to have a problem. Because you don't even know these people's name, period.
About that one in the middle, but white men have been doing this for a long time. So I think black men are just now coming up on it. And it shows that there are a lot of people just playing.
By the way, this is actually really true. That's not Passport Bros when you have like mail ordered bride. But it is true that white men have been going overseas for women. The difference between these white men who've been doing it since World War II is they were making movements about it, recording themselves talking about it. So they did not become the face of sex tourism the way that black men have literally created a movement and now literally are the face of sex tourism, and now they're mad. The academics are going to annoy me in like 5 years when they start writing about how this is due to white supremacy, naming black men as the face of sex tourism when naming black men the face of sex tourism when white men have been doing it. True white men have been doing it, but they weren't loud and obnoxious about it. So absolutely not.
And I take issue though in what she said. She said many successful American men have gone overseas to find wives. And she mentions Donald Trump. Most successful men in America have American wives. By and large, Donald Trump is the absolute minority for successful men.
Here are the successful men going overseas. These are the successful black men going overseas.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then you think about, I don't want to get into the mentality of needing to, because it goes back to the toxic masculinity displacement syndrome or psychosis, which Donald Trump may be a sufferer of it. I just invented that. But I'm saying that when you're a man who feels like he has to lord over everything, everybody, no one can be above you. No woman can be smarter. Of course, you would go the route of somebody less fortunate because you want that person to be in gratitude to you. You want that person to be indebted to you and need you so you can lord over and have power. And that's toxic masculinity. That's toxic masculinity derangement syndrome. Anyway, we can go on.
Yeah, well, the thing is, with the inability to financially abuse those who are in the US, they go overseas. This man just literally outlined how you could $60,000 means that you can go overseas and get a wife. It's not about the money. You don't have the mental bandwidth to engage meaningfully with people, and they're annoyed by it. Like, whatever. I'm going to get to this. Why is it so important to them that people know they have their passport, though? What happened to moving in? Look, the fact, I'm going to do this again. The fact that there are men on the screen who decided to take a video of themselves holding passport, looking the way they look is absolutely
nodding. Yes.
Girl, I want y'all to go. I do not need these genes to be reproduced in the United States. You can.
But it's like the whole, what I don't understand is the whole nana boo boo. I'm going, I got my passport. I'm going to go. I'm leaving. See me leaving. I'm leaving now. Watch me go. Don't you wish that I still wanted to be here, but I don't. And I'm really leaving this time. Like all of that comes from, I think, a position of thou dost protest too much. I think that again, the men who just did it before, decades before, that you mentioned after the war, just did it and moved in silence. They just did it. It's the same way that Asian women just quietly marry everybody else race men, and they don't say nothing about it. They just move in silence, and next thing you look around, Asian women got every flavor of the rainbow of husband. Quiet. We're not quiet.
This is the problem. Why is this done?
We are not.
I'm here by myself, and I opened it today.
What is this? What is that? What are you drinking?
I'm not gonna say it because then you're gonna look up the alcohol level, concentration level, and I promise you, it's not that. I shouldn't have been doing it.
Well, I know wine is about 12%, so I don't know.
All right. Period. Well, anyway, this is what success looks like. The women in the chat are quaking. They're crying because these men are leaving them, and they're really upset because these men are leaving them.
But the thing is that who is upset? I mean, I think that. Okay, here's what I think, because I really don't think Black women care that much, especially in these circles. I would hazard to say 100% of the Black women who are in these circles do not care. Like, go, and I mean, maybe we can negotiate a trade. Like maybe you can go over there and like get some of their women, and then maybe, you know, if their men have some money, if they want to come over here, we can exchange some kind of swap, you know.
Look, the academic sex tourism equal colonialism from which, yeah, there are some women who care, and the women who care are annoying me because they care. Wait, here's what they care about. They're like, oh my God, the black man image is ruined. Why are you doing that? The academics see the writing on the wall and they're like, you are going to be the face of this. It's like, okay, girl, these men don't care. Why do you care so much? They don't care. They don't care. Let them be it. And I know this is annoying. Here, story. I was supposed to go somewhere in Asia. My friend from Brazil, one of my closest friends, he lives in China currently. And I was going over there and he watches some of my video. And he jokingly said, are you a passport bro? Ha 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 ha. And I was like, no, but we were just like joking about it. The reality for me being a black man is, if this become actually commonplace in public discourse, it affects me. And that's the problem. Like, I don't want to go to Thailand or any other country and
be some Thai woman snatching her little 5-year-old boy. Get him away. Like, they see you come in, they're wrangling all the children. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Here comes the black man.
Are the authorities like actually like becoming militant about protecting the women in the community? Like in China, specifically China, with the one-child policy, there was a move. It went viral for a bit in China where men were trying to fight. Chinese men would gang up together, and if you were an international student or any kind of man who is not from China, walking with a Chinese woman and by yourself, they would attack you. This was when I was in university there. The reason is there was not enough women to go around. Why? Because of the one-child policy and all of the women wanting, the families wanting men. There was just not enough women. The idea that you are now broadcasting that you are going there for these women, I know for sure if you do it to China, you're going to meet up against problems.
Right.
This is going to cause a problem globally, and when it does, well, it probably won't, because these men probably aren't going anywhere. They're probably not.
They're not going to go. They're going to go where they can, the path of least resistance.
They ain't going nowhere. They're going to stay right here. They can't afford the ticket. It's not, no. They're literally the only clowns who does. Yeah, it's actually kind of embarrassing. Like, look, like watching this alone embarrasses me. Like, why are you taking a picture of yourself, a video of yourself with a passport shaking your head? Can we crowdfund them about, like, maybe because I've dated so much internationally, I've bumped into silent passport bro gay men, and it's gross. So I prefer them to be upfront. Let me know if your sex story is upfront. Okay, so I actually don't disagree with this. I generally want the degeneracy up front so that we can address it accordingly. My problem with this is that it now affects me. As someone who
just
really
can't
likes to travel,
you just can't breathe. You go to those places, that's what they're going to assume about you.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about different countries because I don't like painting countries in a bad light. And it's not the entire country, so I'm not going to say where. Just say somewhere in Asia. I was literally walking around and women were like, oh, black king. And they were doing it, and I didn't know. They weren't actually women because they said it's not trans either, by the way. I'm not talking about trans. I'm talking about men who dress as women and aren't actually women, or they don't claim to be trans or anything like that, but for money. And I didn't know this, but there's a lot of women in this too, where they would be around and like they will be grabbing at you, and you probably think like, oh my God, you are just the best thing in the world. No, they're trying to make money. That is what they're trying to do. And so for me, thankfully I had my friends around me and they were like, yeah, no, push people off. It is not okay. And I think a lot of these men, I saw one of them filming a video. I didn't put it up here because it was exactly the place that I was when I was in this place. And they were like, oh, look at all these women calling me. You are literally walking through a street that is filled with brothels. Like, yes, of course they. And like anyone who's been to this country knows this specific place. Why are you posting that thinking you're winning? It is very disturbing. Like the whole thing is very disturbing. It's not organized, and none of this makes sense. Well, it makes a lot of sense because these people are kind of silly. All right, let's continue. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm ready to see what other horrors lay ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know what she was talking about. Hopefully it's something. I don't know.
Of feminism, period, across the board. So I have no issue with Black men deciding that they're sick and tired of being sick and tired, because what I think is that Black women, they saw this happening, but they never thought it could happen to them. They continue to think you could just put anything in front of a Black man. You could be fat, you can talk back, you can ridicule him, belittle him, and be condescending anytime you're upset, and he's just going to continue to be right there, because where else is he going to go? Now he's showing you he's going to get his passport and he's going to look elsewhere. And it's not about just color. I think a lot of people are thinking, oh, you all, you suffer from colorism. A lot of these men are saying they want.
It's colorism. There's that in there. You're not going to convince me otherwise. Go ahead.
There's so much wrong with this. I can't even say. Black men have been gone. What is she talking about? You think that Black men aren't going to go anywhere? They've been gone. Newsflash. Black men, I went on chat GPT and I asked chat GPT, what is the marriage rate for Black men in America? It said 29%. Like, okay, so we know that the marriage rates are in the toilet. We know that they interracially marry when they do marry. We have the highest out of wedlock rate within the Black community. And you mean to tell me that's all the Black woman's fault? But the men have already left. They left when they did degrading rap music. They left when they exploited us, when they had the opportunity on the public square to show their art and to be out in the cinema. They used it to drag us. Every time, it feels like every time there's a video or there's a picture, any opportunity, it's like they use that opportunity to exploit the women. It's very, very interesting to me though. They seem to, what they're trying to frame the Black women who are doing this as tools of white supremacy and of the Democrats, because of whatever, they actually make an argument for divestment. I don't know how far I want to get into it right now, but these guys make the perfect argument for the whole divestment movement. And I don't even think that they realize that they're doing that. But anyway, we can go on. I get into detail. I mean,
I actually, well, yeah, I'm gonna leave. Ups, my bad. They haven't paid their child support arrears yet. Well, they're gonna find out when they go for that visa. They're gonna find out, MJ.
Black women, they don't want American Black women, which just shows that if we course correct, as you said earlier, we might could stand a chance. But as long as you think they're crazy, I'm right, I'm not changing, you need to bow down and listen to me, then you're going to be, stuck at home with your vibrator.
No, honey, we're not going to be stuck at home with our vibrators, because many of us have realized that, there are other men that exist. Wow, imagine that. Other men exist outside of Black men that actually like us, want to date us, give us legitimate children, a last name, house, be provided for. It's weird, I know, but these things actually do exist, and not every Black woman is gnashing her teeth and tearing her clothes because Black men have decided that they just want to do what they've been doing the whole time, and that is exactly what they want to do. Black men do exactly what they want to do whenever they want to do it, and nothing anybody says is going to make a bit of difference. Black women have no power whatsoever over the sexual decisions Black men make. Let me say this again. Black women have no power over the sexual proclivities and decisions that Black men make. We just don't. That is between them, this head, and that head. It is between them two that they work that out, and it has nothing to do with you. That's what I think we all need to understand here. I'm going to go quiet.
No, I love that. I literally have nothing more to add, period. Why do they have to leave so loudly? Right? Like,
well, because they want the attention. This is the thing, like, really, the loud leaving is because they want the attention. They want, for some reason, it feels like, and I've been on these YouTube streets since 2010, and it seems like every opportunity that a particular segment of Black men had to drag the image and likeness of Black women to make them feel so inferior. And when we were saying back in the day, this is dangerous, people were saying to us, it's only the internet. This is a very small section. It is not. In a decade, this has become interwoven into the zeitgeist of Black people, particularly, and it's gone outside. Like, I've literally been on dating apps, and somebody asked me if I'd heard of Kevin Samuels. Twice that happened. So Black men have always wanted to get the attention of Black women by humiliating them, by telling them that they're less than, and that they can never measure up. I'm not talking about all, I'm talking about like these thou protest too much. But it is getting interwoven into our very culture. It is not just the internet. This is happening in interpersonal relationships on a real level. But again, I say, let the passport bros go. Is there a GoFundMe that I can contribute? I'll put in money every week if they want to go, so we can support this. Because if we can support this, maybe more Black women will start waking up and realize that there's other men out there besides Black men. I don't know. I've been saying that for 13 years. Maybe one of these days, more of us will get it.
Agreed. Let's read some. Do you want to read some of these super chats with me?
Yeah, sure. I saw, why do they? Louis R. gave $5. A 38-year-old Black New York attorney was just killed in Chile by a group of Chilean males. I think they thought he was a PP bro. That's going to be interesting because I think that...
I don't remember if it was Chile. I was trying to request information. I forgot what country this was. I don't think it was a passport bro, though. I don't know their motive, but my understanding is he was in a high drug area and he took a picture of a building, but like taking a picture there, right? And so they thought that he was something that he wasn't, and then they took his life. But I do take the concern that is being brought up, which is my concern. If groups of men look, and they're not going to be loud about it. This is the annoying part. If a group of men in these countries, or groups of men in these countries, take issue with these passport bros and decide to act against them, there is not a good way to distinguish the men like me who are just going there for flexing on the Instagram. I don't go there for that reason.
And you be flexing on the Instagram. I follow you.
But like, I want to go there for culture. I want to go there for food. I want to go dancing. I want to live my best life because before I get to like 70 where I can't dance, right? So I just don't want to get caught up in that mess. But when you do that, oh my God, that's so annoying. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, I mean, and they're going to be profiled. I mean, that's the thing is that like, listen, people are not going to allow for you to go to these other lands and allow for you to terraform their lands according to, you know, your specifications of your proclivities and preferences. That's just not going to happen. Like, you can't go to these places and expect that the world, that world is going to change to accommodate your proclivities, your culture. No, what's going to happen is, and I don't think we talk enough about this. I think we talk around it, but I don't think we talk enough about it. Sexual competition. Do you realize the groups that will form, say they go to Chile, say they go to Thailand, say they go to wherever Brazil, and this is the age of the internet. And so you get all of a sudden time in against passport bros. And the next thing you know, they have organized, they are out there with their rocks and sticks and bats or whatever, and they're coming after these guys. Like, the sexual competition, they're not going to look too kindly. I think we talk about, you know, just the respect of the women, but the fact of the matter is that no man likes for some outsider to be able to come in and get their women.
Yeah.
This keeps up. And as soon as you fit the profile, you will be profiled.
Yeah,
and
that's
you fit the profile, it could be hard for you.
When we disparage our image internationally, we're going to come back and we're going to blame everyone else but the man who did it. And that's the problem. That is like, my friend was joking when he asked me if I was a passport bro. But that's the problem. Like, this is the Brazilian issue that became a part of the Brazilian paper. People in Brazil are going to find out about this. I think globally, they're going to start talking about this. I don't think this is something you do publicly.
No, this is not going to end well. This is not going to end well. And you know when it happens, guess who they're going to blame?
Oh, they're going to blame white supremacy, but they'll blame black women at some point. But they're going to the academics are smarter than that, and they're going to blame white supremacy, and they're going to blame the algorithm for promoting this, even though these men optimize it to go viral, right? But you're going to blame the white supremacist system for making what they optimize to go viral.
Well, you gave me the technology. You should have known that I was going to use that technology. It's your fault for creating the technology for me to optimize this. And you know I can't be trusted to my own devices.
I'll be observing how this plays out. This move is only going to highlight the fact that they are the common denominator. Problematic black men anywhere will be problematic everywhere. This is going to come up again when they blame the single motherhood rate or something like that for what happens in the black community. As if when these men decide to go date other groups of women, there's a different outcome. If you're the common denominator already in creating single mothers everywhere you go, maybe in the black community, black women aren't to be blamed, but go off. Because when black women go out, their success rate is high. Actually, the appearing outside of their group is the best of any other group. Yes. So we'll get to that. I know you got that on lock, so we'll get Michelle. The thing is, she's so beautiful. Let me stop, because every time I say someone is beautiful, I said Candace Owens was beautiful, and the chat had a fit. So what course correction does she want black women to take? Apart to submit to nothing. It is to not work, your job, your education, none of it matters. I don't know what. Submit to what? You haven't created, and I better not see black women course correcting. Let that just blow away. Sinjay said they're trying to do everything they can to get us to care. Just go, but go quietly, right? Because you going loudly is going to cause a problem for me and other groups of men. And I don't know why men who opposes it are like they're pretending like this is okay. Like, it's not okay. They're not leaving fast enough.
But see, they're not. But listen, you're talking about a group of very individualistic men. By definition, they're being very individualistic. Do you think they're going to care about the collective of Black men who are going to suffer from being stereotyped and targeted and profiled because of their rhetoric? They don't care. They're they're solo, dolo, YOLO. They don't care about you, Themis. I'm sorry, they don't.
I mean, definitely don't care about me because they don't care about themselves. They are not leaving fast. Thank you, Texas Pride. Themis, you have to wear a sign around your neck saying, "I'm just here for the food." I'm actually just here for the food. I'm way too skinny and I'm trying to get bigger and I want to travel for this. The lawyer was from New York. He was in a high crime area taking picture. He wasn't. Yeah. Thank you, MJ. Seeking techniques has they fail to realize that men of other countries are willing to do what they refuse to. Gatekeep their women, especially when they contribute nothing communally. Tribalism and nationalism strong. Yeah. And I might need to stop. I'll watch. I'll try to test the temperature and see what happens because I don't want to be caught up in that mess. Brazil is already changing their child support laws to include foreign men there or return back home. Yeah. I do actually hope these countries are aware that these men are not going to be living there. And Austin Holloman highlighted that he had a bunch of different women in a bunch of different places. So if these women are so submissive and good and they're good wives, why aren't you marrying them? This is like
yeah, that's another thing. Yeah.
In the articulation of why they're leaving and how these women are better to promote other men leaving, the question then becomes, why aren't you getting married and why do you have all these women all over the place? And the answer is because regardless of how you bend and twist to be with these men, it doesn't matter. They're going to do what they're going to do.
What did I say? They gonna do what they gonna do when they want to do it, and how they're gonna want it, and how they're gonna do it, and that's it. That's it. There's nothing that's gonna change that. I wish Black women would do that. I really do. I wish we would stop caring so much and do what we need to do and what we want to do. It's getting better, but we still got a long way to go.
I love a compliment. Themis, I'm just saying this, but you are so special. Even at first glance, I have a hard time imagining being able to stereotype you. Your aura is so unique. Oh, thank you. But those people overseas aren't going to see this aura. They're going to just drag me into prison for sex tourism. Like, I'm just here. Thank you.
Poor baby.
Can we course correct, or have things gotten so bad that it's not fixable? I mean, we're so far down this feminism path, and the way women are being raised in this country, and you're right, it's not just Black women, but just women in general are being raised in this path. And I'm just sorry, men are always going to maintain a natural instinct to lead and to be masculine and to look for a wife that wants to play a different role than him. Is this fixable?
I don't know about in our generation, Jason, but I do think of the more people that become aware that it's a problem, will begin to teach their children differently. And that's really what I'm hoping, that when I say course correction, that we'll start to teach our children to be different, because we see that it's an issue.
Oh, I'm annoyed. If women were to step out of the workforce, if women were to stop getting education, what do you think would happen? Because
we would be on welfare, which we all know took Black men out of the home. That's what would happen. So see, there's no winning.
Like, it doesn't make sense. Like this course correcting, right? It doesn't make sense. What do you guys want? Let's say racism affects Black men but don't affect Black women, right? Let's say that's what the reality we're in. Black men couldn't find jobs. Black men can't build anything because like the society's gonna kill. What should Black women do? Like, I'm confused. Like, even if these were true, like the fact that Black women are going to school, trying to get educated, trying to be able to participate in the labor force, bringing home money, taking care of children, taking care of the community, having legislation passed. I thought that would be a good thing. Feminism or not, white women needed feminism. I'm saying Black women also needed it to vote. The suffrage movement, important, yes. But I'm saying white women needed feminism. Black women have always been self-sufficient.
Yeah.
It is not because they wanted to be, it is because they had to be. When they walked off the plantation, here's why you need to fight racism as a Black man. When we walked off the plantation, Black women were able to go into white houses to be the washers and the caretakers for children. This is why I don't really like the mammy stereotype, but they were able to work and provide for their family, where Black men could not participate meaningfully in the workforce. They were not allowed to compete with various kinds of immigrants who were not classified as white yet. But you are going to be mad at the women providing for the children and for you for most of American history. Have you absolutely lost your mind? This does not make sense. Why are you mad at the women who are engaging in community building?
Because they see
yes, I know in your mind, if you're Anglo, if you think that this is the Christian role and men are supposed to lead, I get that you might be circumspect. I get that. That is great. It means you have pride. Fine. Now go fight the system that's preventing you from actualizing manhood. Oh, guess what? You can't do it because you can't win. So you look to the right of you, you see the women trying, and you decided to go fight them. No, you're absolutely wrong. It's disgusting. You are disgusting. It's ridiculous. Talking about you're gonna get your passport. Get your passport. Actually, just jump in the ocean and swim.
Just swim. I know. Get one of those little inflatable arm things they put on babies so that they can float. I would be willing to donate that if somebody has an address for a Passport Bros collection of seeing them all safely. Let me know. I'd be willing to volunteer. I want to say this. There was a guy. This question has been posed so many times. What were the women supposed to do? If you had these issues, what were the women supposed to do? Somebody had the nerve on Clubhouse. Clubhouse, we have completely terraformed.
You're still on Clubhouse. I cannot.
Completely terraformed it. That's what happened. Here we are. But the guy said Black women should have just starved. They should have just.
I know you're lying. I know you're lying.
I'm not. I wish I was. I do, but I'm not. She should not have taken any assistance from any other man aside from her natural mate, which is Black man. And if the Black man couldn't provide it, then those babies and that woman, they starve to death because anything else is disloyal. That's what one person said, the idea, theme is the whole welfare thing. I mean, it's so, we talk about it to death, but like people don't really understand the dire circumstances that were going on that needed welfare to take place. It was there was a fundamental flaw in it. And I want to get into it, but this was not some utopia. There were people literally starving to death. There were women who had to, decide whether they were going to starve or sell their bodies. You had men who, had children that they weren't taking care of. Like it was a horrible situation. And people actually needed this. Like without the assistance of the government, they would have died. So in all of the pro-blackness, where is that pro-black?
Welfare, agreed. If welfare took you out of the home, it meant welfare was a better option than you. And if welfare, as small as it is a better option than you should be grateful that the women had someone, i.e. daddy government, who can provide for her and the child that you could not provide
predictably, regularly, not when you felt like it, not when you got lucky, not when you did some with a friend, but regularly. Like you could count on that thing was reliable. That man was reliable.
Like these men are like, oh, we want the welfare state is bad. Okay, cool. I can agree that the welfare state needs to be better, i.e. it needs to provide more help. But you want to remove the welfare state. Who is going to take care of your child? Forget the women, because apparently we are out here just wanting to punish Black women for engaging in sexual behavior that you engage in. So we want to punish these women. Got it. Cool. Let's punish these women. They're out on the street. What happens to the children? You can't afford it. What happens to the child?
Oh, but you know what? Here's the thing. If the government didn't step in, they would have been blaming the government. Do you see how this whole white supremacy thing is just a total get out of jail free card? If you say government did not assist when they saw Black women and mothers and children struggling and these children starved to death, that's because we have a racist system. Oh, these white people came in and fed these women and displaced the men because they gave them predictable. It's the white man's fault and white supremacy. Do you see how you can't win? Like either way, you can blame somebody else for whatever outcome. It's never your fault. But stay wanting Black women to be accountable for everything.
She not lying. That's the bad. Yeah, I said that too. Yeah. Look, let me say this. I heard what you just said about accountability. I'm gonna leave Christianity alone for a moment, because even the patriarchal approach that Christianity takes have men taking accountability. When Eve ate the apple first and then gave it to Adam, God asked, "Where are you, Adam?" Adam tried to blame Eve, but God was like, "Yeah, no, I gave you the instructions." These men, let me stop, because
I mean, that's the thing. He was like, the buck stops with you, Adam. You can't blame this on her. You are the head. You are the head. That part is just gone. Like there's just the buck stops. Even God said the buck stops.
You better sing. My cousin created a GFM titled "Let's Help the Passport Bros" a few weeks ago. Period. We need to help them finance
the Passport Bros collection plate. Who wants to start that? Passport Bros collection plate.
Goldman Sachs has spoken. Black women are outperformed. Period. Speak fact. Period. I'm not new Christian, but like, as someone who is just going back into the Bible now, it's just like seeing these people talk about, oh, I'm a Christian, and then watching what they're talking about. It's like, no, you're not. You're not.
See, that's what I got out of it. I was like,
I have my own issues about man and woman in the Bible and kind of the portrayal just generally. I also have my own issues, and I've been arguing with my pastor. I didn't argue with my pastor, but I'm trying. What I do know is these men aren't leaders. They aren't leaders in the real world. They're not leaders by my standard and the book that I've been reading about what leadership is and how I've developed into leadership. Leaders share the results that are good and take ownership of things that are bad if you want to continue to create good morale within your team. If all you do as a leader is to blame your own faults on everyone else, absolutely no one is about to follow you. So you're not even a leader there in the secular sense of the word, and you're definitely not a leader based on Christianity. Now, people are going to get dragged for Christianity in a moment, but I'm going to leave Christianity alone.
Listen, amen. Amen.
So for a lot of that you old dog new tricks, I don't think you're going to help these old dogs. Some of them are set in their ways and they feel like this is just who I am. This is just how I talk. And they think that they're not going to change and they don't have to. And some type of magical hand is just going to reach out of the sky and say, well, let me give you this man because, you know, you don't want to change. You don't want to course correct. You don't want to look at yourself and take a good long look and actually be honest. Let me just bless you anyway. They think that. Let them keep thinking that. I don't care. But I do think for those.
Please tell me how you course correct with someone who is colorist. Do you go bleach your skin? Is that how do you course correct with someone who don't like you? How do you course correct when someone says they are into yellow bone?
Right. Well, there's phenotypically, we know the average Black woman is brown skin. She's got highly textured hair. It's interesting that the representation of the Black woman and the elevated status of the good Black woman that we see here, right here in front of our screens, is a lighter skinned, looser textured hair, you know, telling all of us brown and dark skinned girls how we're doing it wrong. How, you know, all of our men are leaving them and nana boo boo. Like this is the tool. Like, do you guys see how the game is being played? The majority of Black women don't look like this woman. Let's just be honest. And so, but this is the woman that they picked to tell the rest of us how we should behave. Yeah. Okay.
Is this Brittany Renner's meant? Stop. Brittany Renner is changing. She is apparently going manosphere. I don't care what Brittany Renner has to say, but period.
Of us that see the issue, we will begin to teach the generations coming after us something different. And we can only hope, Jason, I try to stay hopeful, but we have to realize that feminism has hurt both men and women, because a lot of these men don't even realize how feminism has affected them. That they are very feminine, they, you know, mimic their mother's behavior. And so it's going to take a bunch of us.
If they mimic their mother's behavior, they would be in school getting degrees and getting a job and participating in the labor force. So no.
Coming together and actually realizing that there's a problem and be willing to talk about it and be willing to admit and acknowledge that it's an issue on both sides.
I look at someone like,
you know what? I just gotta say something. She says it's an issue on both sides, and she spent the last 5-7 minutes talking about how Black women are so horrible and it's all our faults. And then you just slide in at the last minute. It's both sides. How's that
Fill
work?
in the gap for the man. I'm not about to drag the man. That's what she did.
I can't. But I just find it, it's like this, and listen, anybody who, you mentioned colorism, and what I see constantly is what I see. It's like they're elevating this woman, this ideal, you know, phenotype of Black womanness, to tell the majority of Black women in this country who don't look like her how to be. And they're like, yes, it's being used as a tool for these men's toxic patriarchal ideals. And then I'm not going to be messy. But then when we talk about light skin privilege and Black women say that doesn't exist, this is what we're talking about.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I don't mean to throw the bomb. I don't mean to throw the bomb.
No. I get you. But she's not light skinned. She and I are the same dark skin. She and I are the same color, and we're both darker skin. Not dark. Well, I don't know if I'm dark skin, but darker skin. The light is hitting her in a very specific way. I've seen her before. She and I are the same color. She not.
Because this is my first time looking at her. She looks pretty light to me.
It's
but you're right. It could be the light. It could be
the light.
But what I say still.
And I've seen this.
But I want to say this. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No.
No, I was just saying that, like, maybe not in this case. Like, I'm only going by what I see on the screen. This is my first time really experiencing her. But I would say for the most part, that is how it's done. It's the woman that's elevated, tends to look a certain phenotype that does not reflect the rest of the phenotype, that they say this is how you should be. And going back to what you were saying about how do you make yourself lighter? How do you make your skin texture, your hair texture different? Like, how do you course correct that? That is kind of in line with what you were saying. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. By the way, I get a lot of people. This is actually very strange. Who see me and they're like, "Are you famous?" I literally always want to lie, and say I'm not. But I'm honest, and so I say I'm me, and they're like, "Oh, you look a lot darker in real life than you look on the camera." So I know that the light makes me look a lot lighter than I am. I'm nowhere near this complexion, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, you look on the lighter end.
I'm not at all.
Well, and the thing is, like, you still cute. It doesn't matter.
Period.
Among this group of feminist Black women that see the alphabet mafia as their allies, and then what's not stated is they see the heterosexual Black man as their enemy. And Jamel Hill and The Root and other people have just come right out and said it, that the straight Black man is the white man of Black people. I find all of that just very offensive and sad.
It's offensive, sad, and foolish, because what I've noticed with Black women is we applaud our own demise, starting with the worship of liberal white women and feminism. We worship that. We worship the LGBTQ community. We worship being fat and out of shape and not working out. We worship having hair and nails and being.
Now, you're not going to sit there and tell Black women that they're out of shape while you're talking to this man. It does not make sense to me that you're sitting up there talking about Black women out of shape while you're talking to this man. That don't make sense to me. Please make that make sense. How dare you sit there talk about how Black women are choosing to be out of shape while you're speaking to this man here?
Because Black men can do whatever they want. Do you not understand? Black men can do whatever they want. And they can look however they want. It's for us to do the changing. It's for us to do the course correcting. They're fine. They're perfect. Even when they're fat, they're perfect. Even when they're short, disgusting, and Napoleonic, they're perfect. Whatever they do is perfect. We're the ones who have to change. That's just how it goes.
Yeah.
Being more concerned with materialism than actually character and how we carry ourselves. So we always applaud that, hey, yes, hey, girl, yes, queen. That we applaud all of those things that are actually harmful to us. You know, every time I look on social media and I can see them talking about some new type of shapewear that you can put on and it'll pull your stomach in and lift your butt up. And I'm thinking, why don't you just push away from the table and exercise?
Yo, I feel like this woman is secretly trying to drag this man. You're not gonna.
You think she's trolling him?
You have to. Maybe on like a subconscious level, she doesn't know that she's talking directly to him. She's literally sitting in front of him, dragging weight and all the foolishness, while literally everything she says applies directly across the screen, like literally to the person you're talking to. How do you not know that? How do you not see that? Wait, does he say anything?
but you see that it just reflects the thing that Black women, it's all your fault. The men can show up the way they show up, but you always have to be on point. Well, you have to be the one that always has to be perfect to constantly divine what it is that he wants. You are the creator of an inspiration of all his decisions. Like you're you're responsible for facilitating his desire to lead. Like if it is all on us, then nothing is ever their fault, and they can show up the way they want to show up.
Yeah, I must be, because I'm looking at
and
him
it's like
like
a hamster wheel. Like you're just on this hamster wheel and you never go anywhere. But that's, this is what we're doing. And she's the hamster wheel facilitator. This woman right now with her mouth open.
I feel like she's dragging him.
But not Black women. They're always looking for some type of cheat code and some type of way out. And I'm hearing they don't even wash this shapewear, walking around with it day after day after day, smelling like piss and corn chips. But we always applaud the things that are going to harm us. And big up it every time, every day.
So I saw this clip, Vivica Fox. They got some show called The Queendom. It's basically a Black version of The View.
Tell me he don't sound hungry. Let me stop.
Fox Soul, I think, puts it out. And Vivica Fox is from Indianapolis, like me. She went to Arlington High School, I believe, with some relatives of mine. And she had upset with me talking about what I said on Tucker Carlson. I think we have a clip of Vivica Fox on this show, The Queendom. Let's play that.
Mr. Cloud Chaser, Mr. Unbelievable, uninformed, untouched Black man. You are a disgrace to our race. And I'm glad every Black woman was proud to tell you, really, the backbone of this country and a lot of wonderful things that are happening are because of Black women. It doesn't matter if they're single or if they're married or whatever they is. They've been there for their children forever and will always be. Ow. How dare you? You're such an idiot. And that's what I think of you. You're a clout chaser.
Was that? I don't think that was Vivica. I think that was another woman that was on the show, or was that Vivica Fox?
Don't be talking about someone's looks, sir. Like, you just write the reads for yourself. Look, it looks like your jaw is not strong enough to close your mouth because of the weight on your bottom half of your face. Like, stop. Don't comment on people's looks. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't do it, so you definitely shouldn't do it. I will do it when you do it.
His face looks like a giant mochi with like slits in the middle of it.
He literally looked like if Majin Buu was like a Black man deciding that he's gonna turn everything into chocolate and eat it. Like, stop. I agree Black women should be healthier and happier than what they pretend to be. But if we collectively do, then those same Black men will really be upset. No, I think that a lot of people, Black men included, because they're the most obese, we are the most obese group of men in America, should be healthier. Yeah. Like, how do you sit through a woman talking about people losing weight and blah, 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 while you sit there looking like that, thinking like you're winning? No, you're not. What type of buffoonery is this? Piss and corn chips. Last I heard, it was Black women that didn't shower ever. It wasn't Black, period, that doesn't shower. It's annoying me.
Yeah, I mean, it's the worst stereotypes, the things that, the outrageous things that she said. I was just writing it down because I was like, I wasn't sure if it was going to fit. Remember what it was. Gosh, what are it? I have to figure out where I wrote this. It lost my train of thought because of the things that she was saying. But yeah, the whole, I mean, we'll talk about the stingy, but like every stereotype of red meat that she could throw out to degrade Black women and validate the arguments of these men to leave to go to other lands to exploit other women is disgusting. Like she's a tool of the patriarchy. I know you don't like to use the word mammy, but like that's what this looks like to me. I mean, listen, we repurpose words all the time, right? I was fighting against conversate, and Webster's finally made it a word. You know, Black folks
Oh
have been
no, it's still not a word for me. There is absolutely nowhere that I take conversate as a word. Absolutely not.
But Webster said it was okay.
It's not okay for me.
And so I think it's just like how the N word is co-opted, right? It means different things. And so like I think that the modern term for mammy kind of fits her, like in a time where Black women could really take the opportunity to stand up for our own image, where we have the power and resources, interest, and quite frankly, sympathy and empathy of other races of people. We have women like this that are willing to be instruments to keep us to exactly where we were, so that they can help usher in a toxic kind of patriarchy. Like, and you're making a joke about like how she's talking about women's weight and while he looks the way that he looks, but that is the Black male privilege that she's reinforcing, and that he envisions that he can just show up any kind of way and do whatever, and the women have to fall in line, and she is a handmaiden for that. So mammies were the handmaidens for their employers, who were responsible for them back in the day. Here we are. This woman is being a tool for the people who she feels she wants to assume control. And she's being used as that instrument. So to me, the definition stands for both, and they both work. I mean, I know you may not like it, but I mean, this is what this is.
I don't know why you would be there quarterbacking for a man who literally, it looks like it's like a struggle for him to speak.
Because it's the privilege of the men to be able to look however, it's the women who have to do everything. That is their patriarchal fantasy world. They literally listen.
It's going to continue to be a fantasy, and they're going to continue to have to get their passport with their $60,000 to go overseas to go try to get women. By the way, I keep saying with their $60,000 because that's the math the man did. On average, they're not making that. So
no, it's like around
47 to be precise.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I usually say between 45 and 50, but it's 47 to be precise. So no, it's not making no 60,000 nothing.
Right. Well, like I said, to me, mammy is like a betrayer of Black womanhood and the hope of what we could be, because you're trying to pull us all back to conform to something that doesn't serve us. It only privileges the very, very few, and the very, very few are like her, used as instruments to lord over all of us to keep us in line. And that is not a sister to me.
Yeah. And the thing is funny, when you make that much money, it's not like, oh my God, that's bad. It's like, now we need each other, right? And we need to figure out about this inflation thing. Sure. But when you're sitting here like blaming women, you could not uphold your part of the patriarchal deal to have a submissive woman. It is what it is. You cannot afford it, so let it go.
Yeah.
Reimagine this and go build a relationship like an IKEA relationship. You come together and build together, because ain't nobody about to submit to you when they're providing half the bill. What do you mean? Like
But that's the skewed expectation that a lot of these men have, thanks to, in part to men like the person you have on there, and women like them, and hiding behind the Bible to do it is extremely oppressive.
First of all, the Bible says wives should submit to their husband. With under 30% of us getting married, ain't no submission. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. Right. So you're supposed to pretend and do wifey tryouts for an indefinite amount of time. And while you're doing the wifey tryouts, you have to act as if you are married and give them all the benefits, all of them. That's how it works.
Well, if you're out here giving wife benefits and you're not getting husband benefits from these men, including paying all the bills, absolutely not.
But
We're
that's what they want, though.
These men cannot afford a patriarchy, and it is what it is. Now, if they want to be upset about that and become incels or whatever they want to be online, let them be whatever they want to be online. They can't afford it. It is what it is. Find someone who is going to be able to build with you, because that makes sense. Most people don't make enough money in the United States to have a one-income family. So you don't get to become the one person who makes the decision in the home, because ain't nobody about to be a submissive provider. Like, what? Like, what do you mean?
Yes, I'm a submissive provider. What? I love
the
it.
irony is there are more slim black men going to meet their maker versus a fat black woman. Remember, kitten heals whilst Lizzo plays a flute while dance, right? And you don't even know these people medical history, why they're doing why they look the way. Like, the reason fat shaming is such a problem for me, not for him, me and him, but generally is you don't know what is happening. You don't know these people's lives. You don't know what's happening. You don't know what they're going through. You don't know their medical history. Like, you just don't know. And that's annoying to me, that you would sit up here and just be making these call blank. I don't care. You're talking to him. I interpret everything you say as you're telling him. You're giving him advice. That's what I interpret. He looks like Bubble Bass from SpongeBob.
I know. I was just like, yep, he does. That's a good one. I was trying to figure out too. I was like, he looks like some cartoon character.
They just always this permanent weird great whatever. She did all of that. Meanwhile, Jason wouldn't spit on her if she was on fire. Sad. It's the stereotyping of black women for me. Period. He'll lean right into it.
Right. And like I said, and she assisted, and she's the handmaiden for all of it. And it's sad. And this is why we can't, black women, we are progressing, but we've got roadblocks like this woman in the way. I would just rather they don't have to buy in if they would just stand aside. But it's not enough to stand aside and just let this happen. She's got to be the block to advocate, to try to get you back in line. Like all of these discussions, if here's the thing about what's interesting is when they were talking about passport bros, they could have highlighted how much fun it was. They could have highlighted, this is the way messaging works. They could have highlighted with passport bros how much fun it could be, having a great time. But instead they focus passport bros to be about the inadequacy of Black women. So to me, it's not about, they don't really care what passport bros are doing. They're just using it as an opportunity to point to the deficits they believe that Black women have. Otherwise, why not talk about how great it is? No, you're just talking about how we can punish Black women with this, how we can tell yet another Black woman that she's not enough, that she's not doing this, she's not doing that. That's, I don't know. It's just a very sad situation. If they really wanted to talk about how great it was, they would have focused on that. And those are very,
I wish I had
is that Jabba the Hutt?
I wish I had I remembered this before, because this was the one I should have put out. I feel like this is it. Let me continue.
Yeah, well, I mean, you were a little young for Jabba the Hutt, so it's the mucus characters got to be designed from Jabba the Hutt. So you just went with the reference that was most familiar to you.
Yep.
When I looked at it, I thought Vivica was a different woman. But anyway, just your thoughts to the queendom and the whole just, I'm the worst person on the planet. I'm chasing clout.
Well, Black women are the backbone of this country. It explains why America seems to have osteoporosis right now, because we are just out of place. And I say this, there's no.
That was actually a good. That was, if we're talking about rhetorical quibs that were good, that was a good drag.
That was a good one.
Yeah. Dima should drink on all his life. No. By the way, I think I turned my entire Discord into alcoholics. They're posting. Let me stop before I get sued. At 20, my married traditional African aunt said, "Don't ever marry just to say you're married. Some men think we must accept anything just because they think we're desperate for marriage." Yeah, agreed. Agreed. I don't give advice, but it's some foolishness.
Other group of women that think they are in control like that. Take away the weed, take away the lip fillers and the constant injections that it's so obvious that Vivica has. You all talk about you have so much pride and you're so confident and you love the skin that you're in. We can't even see the skin. We can't see your natural hair. We can't see what you really look like. And so you get mad at these men that go elsewhere. You're not even listening to them. If they want a woman that has hair down to their back, why not go get one that don't have to hang hers up at night? So I think.
So you're also, period. He's like, why don't this woman is just not it.
I think that until women stop lying, this is what we're going to see, Jason. And honestly, it's what women deserve.
Okay, I got to just say,
I want to go back.
All right. This right here, she doesn't even realize like how anti-Black. And listen, I am not some wokey woke and this is anti-Black. This is white supremacy. What she said was so anti-Black, yet talking about Black women and saying, if a man wants a woman with long flowing hair, he's going to choose one that doesn't have to hang hers up at night. She does realize that the average Black woman does not grow hair down to the middle of her back. Okay, I know some of us do, and I hate all of y'all because I'm so jealous, but most of us don't. So this may seem like a little thing, but it's another impossible ideal. So the impossible ideal is that the men that you want hair flowing down their back, down their back. It is pretty hard. It is. Let's be real. Okay, come on now. If we could all grow hair down to our waist, we would. We know we can't. You know it's not a thing. Okay, so. I don't want to hear about your third cousin's grandma sister who did that. That's great. But for the most part, we're not. And so what we're doing is trying to compensate for, many of us compensate for not having that so we can capture the male gaze. But the whole thing, sorry, you guys. The whole thing is that this is the most ridiculous of the hierarchy of impossible ideals that Black women have to buy into. Like, you're going to have to magically figure out how to grow your hair down your back. Otherwise, Black women, you deserve it if your Black men leave you.
Look, you can sit here and actually engage with this woman about why men leave. These men don't care. Right? One, they can't afford to leave, so they're not going anywhere. Two, it's really interesting to me, you just analyze something that also highlights that they're leaving because of your Blackness, girl.
Yeah, I mean, okay, in the chat, I want you guys to understand something. I'm actually glad that my eyes are starting to go bad because there's a lot of things on the chat that I don't read, and I'm probably grateful for that. I didn't read it, but
I don't know if she's the one.
I do understand that we can grow our hair long. Some of us. Some of it is just not. It's just not there. It's just not going to happen. It's just I'm not going to get into the details about it, but there's a terminal length. It depends on the hair density, the how coily the hair is, the break points, the levels of proteins, all of that stuff. You guys know that those variables are, and quite frankly, if we're going to go from an anthropological perspective, most of us, it benefited us to have shorter hair as we evolved as humans. But listen, you got it, sis. You think everybody can grow their hair down to their waist. You got it. I'm wrong. Go ahead, do you. I would love to see that though. What I see though, what I see though is that Black women are spending more money on trying to achieve that hair. If it was so easy for us to do, we wouldn't have had to do it. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry, Themis.
I have no idea about anything about here. So literally, I don't know. My mom put Eco Styler in my hair and
oh my God, I love Eco Styler.
Yeah, my mom put it in my hair. It curled up and I never looked back since. That's the extent. I literally know nothing about hair. So when we have time to moisturize, we have long hair. Again, I know nothing about hair. We're going to move on from the hair topic because I'm literally out of my depth.
I want to get out of it too.
I actually don't even care about hair. I just want mine to grow back. That's it.
I just was bringing it up because it's not a easy thing for Black women to do, and using that as a prerequisite for why the men are leaving because your hair isn't down your to your hip bone is, I think, an unfair thing. And instead of arguing with me, ladies in the chat, don't you think it's unfair that the men would expect for you to be able to grow your hair down to your hips in order for you to feel worthy, and if you couldn't, they're going to go off and be with other women who can? I mean, what are we arguing about here? That's all I'm saying.
For me, if that's honestly, when it comes to hair, it's almost like, who cares? If these men are like, oh my God, I want long hair, and I'm like to me, it's like, girl, I don't care what these people want, but I need to be careful because apparently I'm outside of this, so I'm just gonna stay outside of it.
We can move on. Let's just keep it going. Let's keep it going. I'm sure there's some other fuckery that they're going to say.
Beyonce, her last album, queer friendly. Now there's stories about her highly queer friendly concert tour that she's planning, and literally, I'm just telling you, there is a devotion among these feminist Black women to doing everything possible to help the queer community, and we must be allies. And so, when is Beyonce or anybody, any of these women, Jamel Hill, we're putting on an event that's going to be Black man friendly. We're going to celebrate and uplift. We know y'all got it rough. We know that, things haven't been going well. And I guess maybe their gift to us is Black Lives Matter. They'll cape up.
How do you sit here, judge women for being feminists, but be mad at them for not uplifting you? How they gonna uplift you? How much more uplifting do you want? Historically, we don't have the luxury of self-care. Our hair naturally goes upwards. We are opposite. How much more? You are blaming Black women for being feminist. You say they do too much. Now you are mad that Beyonce have an album with house music. I'm confused.
Yeah, so here is the thing. Do you guys realize that he's arguing for divestment? I know I said this earlier, but every time this man opens his mouth, he's arguing for y'all to, for women who are hardcore on that, about that life, to stay on that road. Because if you're on that road, you're going to have a different set of standards. You're going to have a different set of priorities. You're not going to be out in the streets caping. You're not going to do that because you got nail appointment, right? You aren't going to accept a man who makes $47,000 a year because you live in California and you need a provider. So what's the percentage of Black men who make over six figures? Okay, let's just do the math on that. I don't know, 3%? 5%. I'm being generous here. So the irony here is that he's making the case for divestment. Be selfish, look for a provider, pick the best man for the job. And that's going to eliminate a big chunk of the men that they're talking about. We need to, go through all these hoops and bend ourselves into pretzels to try and please. They are disqualified. So they should go because they're disqualified anyway. And he just gave the best argument for why divestors should be doing what they're doing. What do you guys think?
Well, I don't know what argument he's making, honestly.
If he's saying that Black women shouldn't march, that means that we should stay home and file our fingernails.
Oh, no. He didn't say you should march. Let's be clear. He did say you should uplift straight Black men.
Okay, well, I mean, was George Floyd a straight Black man?
They're not talking about
him. Because Black Lives Matter became a thing.
You need to do
George
more.
Floyd, who's not only a straight man, he's a porn star. He's a straight.
Wait, no. I'm going to drop the George Floyd thing, and I'm just going to go straight into the foolishness here, where it says, Black women are feminists. That's the problem. But Black women somehow needs to be protecting and uplifting Black men. Like, make that make sense. That's what I want to make sense. That don't make sense to me. Because all I see is Black women trying to uplift Black men. That's all I see.
Exactly. But they're arguing. Listen. So there's no winning. He says that we should be. I don't really understand why the Black Lives Matter thing is even coming in. But the point is that Black women. He's right. We have been doing too much. We've been doing too much advocating for everybody other than ourselves. And it's like we are expert at figuring out how to do it for ourselves, and we're just learning how to do it. We're good at doing it for other people and not for ourselves. We're just learning how to do it, and we're starting to see some success. Did you talk about the Wayman guy, Themis? The guy who was forced to resign as a district attorney, and he lost that food deal because of the things that he said about Black women on Twitter back in 2015, 2016, when the manosphere was at its zenith. And it was cool to do that. Black women advocated for themselves, and that man lost that deal with that white man. He had that deal with that white man. That white man said, no. And the district attorney, a non-Black woman, was like, I'm going to support him. But with all of our protests, he was forced to resign. That's how that goes. He was forced to resign. So we that's a win. So we really need to start using the energy. He's right. We do need to use that energy where we're protesting for everybody else, is advocating for everybody else, and start advocating for ourselves. The problem is that if we do that, I don't think they're going to like what that looks like.
Yeah, well, the thing is, there are twofolds, right? There is a concern that he wants this, like he wants to go viral. And myself, making commentary on him, other people doing commentary will make him go viral. And he, maybe in his lifetime, will benefit from this for a long time, because it is what it is. Kevin Samuels did, right? Mm-hmm. What I need is for this to be cemented in this history now. So when people go back and look, they can find spaces that, one, defended Black women, but two, pointed out what these men were doing. He will benefit from this. I am fully aware he will benefit from this. I understand that he wants to go viral. All the passport bros, when they were doing what they were doing, wanted to go viral. They're going to go viral, and it's going to come back to harm them. What I want is for people to consistently keep the foot on their necks and actually engage. I shouldn't have drank. because I do think when people look back at this, I'm not going to be the best representative. It is what it is. But
trust me, you're always going to be a better representative than a passport bro. I don't care. Any passport bro.
No, but I
drunk or not.
I do want this to be sort of crystallized in the social media ethos so that we can all look back. If it doesn't inform how we move in the future, it informs the writing, hopefully, but also it wakes up women, particularly who are blinded by their faith to blackness, right? And I don't mind, but I do want people to conceptualize like actually what is happening. There is a grown man on here, right, that is blaming Black women for all the issues in the community. And when that starts happening and other people start co-signing, we need a reminder that this happened. In the way that we needed a reminder that he wrote about Serena Williams and her weight and all kinds of foolishness, I think, yes, there is a small benefit. And I get that there are people in the chat that are uncomfortable with the fact that we're talking about this and giving him what he wants. He might go to sleep and never, ever recognize how harmful he was. That's fine, actually, because in the larger scope of things, we will look at this moment where people actually challenged his ideas, and we will remember that there were people like him here. So that's why I do it, and I'm giving him the attention that he wants. He will benefit, but it means more that when we look back at this, we recognize like, oh my God, this actually happened. If moisturizer was all it took, water would be enough, but it's not according to y'all. It's here. Let it go. I think we should let the here conversation go.
I know we should let this right.
Agreed. Most Black women in the US can naturally have long hair, genetics, and overall health and nutrition that also contribute. Most of us are stressed out because of these men, and that also contribute to hair loss. Again, I don't know anything about here. AJM, thank you so much. I'm going to assume you're correct here. I don't know. Beyonce destroyed the Black community. Period. That Renaissance, that Lemonade album destroyed it. Beyonce took Black men out of the home. Beyonce and Rock Nation took Black men out of the home. And the last one, I think Stokely Carmichael said, in order to practice nonviolence, your enemy must have conscience. Time to step down for this fictive kinship. Yeah, I do actually believe this. For you to practice nonviolence, I'm going to call it the oppressors need to have a conscience.
But for dead Black men, liberals, they love dead Black men. But for the living, they'll do everything in their power. For the queer community, nothing. Maybe Beyonce feels like she's doing a favor by being married to Jay-Z or whatever, but I just don't see him rallying, doing anything to empower Black men the way they rally to empower the alphabet mafia.
Because they want to be in charge. And you can't lift up Black men and celebrate Black men and think that you're going to continue to run them. I hear a lot of Black women say, I can't find a good man. I think you can't find a good man because you don't think they exist. So in order for you to be able to find a good Black man, you first of all have to believe that they are.
Now you have to believe and wish upon a star.
Right. You need to pray. Yep.
Just believe.
For them to exist, you have to believe.
Just wish upon us.
Dorothy, just click your heels 3 times.
This is giving me Mariah Carey and Whitney Houston believe when you believe. Impossible.
Real, they exist, and they should be celebrated, and that you deserve one. So if you continue to think that there's no good Black men, all men are dogs, men ain't shit, those are the only type of men you're going to attract. And when it comes to women like Beyonce, they get on my last nerve. You're so queer friendly, yet you went out here and married a straight Black man and had his children, but you don't push that message to other women. I remember when she dropped Lemonade because she thought, or it was said that Jay-Z had gone out and he had been cheating, and all of the women were standing around saying, ooh, this is the breakup anthem of the summer. And I said, don't be tricked. Don't be fooled. Beyonce is not leaving Jay-Z. This is not the breakup anthem. But women were running around here breaking up with their men because Beyonce dropped Lemonade. And then Beyonce turned around and got pregnant with twins.
No one was running around here divorcing their man because of Beyonce. If you were literally in a terrible psychosis that probably needs to change. Like, absolutely. People say, I wish you would play When You Wish Upon a Star. I can't. There's copyright. I can sing it, though. I'm kidding.
I mean, but like, let's just carry this thing through. Like, what is she wanting Beyonce to do? So she's she's creating space for quote unquote the alphabet mafia, and she doesn't seem to be promoting other types of relationships. Well, she's married to Jay-Z, and they've been married for what, like 10, 15 years, however long they've been married. Isn't that example enough? Like, what more should the woman do? You know, not to mention all the charities and things that she's done for the Black community as a whole. Like, what is she expecting Beyonce to do? I really just think that this is, the whole conversation is so disingenuous. It's just about throwing rocks about things that don't even make sense. And this entire thing is not about passport bros. The entire conversation has been about the deficit of Black women. Like, they have spent no time talking about the actual process of being a passport bro, but just used it as an opportunity to shit on Black women.
Yeah.
Under the guise of passport bros. Tomorrow they're going to be talking about waffles, homemade waffles versus frozen waffles. And Black women are the reason why frozen waffles became a thing, because Black women don't want to cook and they're not submissive. And so ego has taken over because Black women are so freaking lazy. They don't want to make homemade waffles. Therefore, the reason why we're all eating frozen waffles is because of the Black woman. It could be anything. And they will find something to blame. Everything can be crafted. Moon spots, freaking the ice storms in the East Coast. I'm sure some Black woman did something to cause the ice storm that's happening on the Eastern Hemisphere right now. I think for sure I saw Serena Williams there doing something with Vivica Fox. And that's the reason why we have.
I don't disagree with her fully here. I agree. I think women should follow Beyonce's lead. I think Black women should go try to find a billionaire to marry.
But see, that's my point. If Black women did that, do you understand the swaths of men who would not qualify for that? And I don't think they want that kind of scrutiny. It would be a wrap. We would that civilization as we know it would freaking end for Black American people. If Black women really did what they said we should do, choose better, no wedding, make sure you don't have some babies, be fit, be feminine, do all this stuff, choose the best man for the job, don't sit up here and fight any man's battles, all this other stuff. If we were to really do that, none of y'all would have a woman. None of y'all would have a woman. You don't really want.
Someone said there isn't enough billionaires. Polygamy with only billionaires.
Right.
These men play too much.
About polygamy, yeah.
These men literally play too much. Like, I literally can't. Like, their request makes no sense. Their own request would disqualify them, which is fine. I don't mind. Didn't DC make a song, Destiny's Child, called "Cater to"? Girl, don't remind me about these pick me anthems. By the way, I don't call anyone pick me. That's different, but I do agree with a video essayist on YouTube, forgot her name, that "Cater to You" is a quote unquote pick me anthem. She did a great breakdown, academic breakdown. I agree. The moon can fall from the sky. Black women. Yeah. Yeah, using clear. Let me cater to you. I mean, at least the people they were catered to in that song had a job. Beyonce's proof of concept: a rich, unattractive man will be tolerated. Ain't that a manosphere tenant? Applaud her. No, because while they are saying this, it is true that women are willing to accept more if you bring, quote unquote, more to the proverbial dusty table. Yes. The problem is when regular men think that they deserve what other men have, and maybe they do, but women aren't about to submit to someone who is literally going out with you and depending on you to provide for them. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. I don't care. My issue is if we're looking at patriarchy and we're saying, hey, in a patriarchy, women submit, don't stop there. In a patriarchy, the man provides. Or the full extent. Can you provide? No. All right, then stop asking permission.
Right. Exactly. Like patriarchy is the house. Femininity is the furniture and the decorations. You've got to build the house first. You've got to build the structure. You got to build the foundation. You got to do the frames. You got to do all of that. Would you put furniture, decorations in a without a shelter? Because that's what femininity brings. Femininity fills the house that you built, which means you have to build it first in order for me to fill the house.
By the way, my moderators are dragging me by my follicles right now. So let me just say this. The way I used pick me just now was to talk about a framework, a sociological framework based on a video that was well done. I'm not saying this is okay for everyone to use. Just FYI, I apologize. No, it's your platform. No, it's not. It's our platform, and the moderators are dragging me, and you have a right to. I gave you permission to.
So y'all are real ignorant when you sit and even follow behind these women who will tell you one thing. Beyonce would say, women run the world, but you ran yourself right around in that kitchen when you found out your husband was cheating because you didn't go anywhere. So stop putting.
Okay, this idea that Beyonce went to a kitchen, you forgot Jay-Z is a billionaire and she's probably a billionaire hiding her money. The reality is ain't nobody going into that kitchen. And that's the difference.
So is she implying that if Beyonce were in the kitchen, Jay-Z wouldn't have cheated?
What she's implying is absolutely nothing. I don't know what she's talking about. She's not really saying much. He brought her on because I think the thing is, when I bring people on, I don't even know their opinions. Like, I literally don't know their opinions. And I think he just brings her on to like agree with him. So whatever.
Well, no, she's bringing him. He brought her on to say the things that he wasn't comfortable saying.
Mm-hmm.
If it comes from a woman, it's not so bad when the woman says it. So he just has her there to be like the cannon, to blow off the cannon, for the things that he really wants to say.
And maybe I've been drinking too much. I don't know what she's saying. I don't care. She's
as long as it's about Black women being despicable, that's the only thing apparently that'll earn you a spot on the show.
She's a Family Dollar brand, Candace Owens. Ew. I hope you're talking about her rhetoric because I think she's beautiful. I'm not fighting. I saw the chat about her looks. I'm not going back and forth with anyone. I think she's beautiful.
I think she's attractive. I mean, her mouth. I mean, what's coming out of her mouth is not attractive. No. It's oppressive.
I'm very impressed by her cheekbones.
Yeah, her cheekbones.
Women are teaching.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying her cheekbones are it. Go ahead.
When they aren't even living by it themselves. And what I've noticed, and it doesn't bother me, Jason, but Black women have started ridiculing other Black women and calling them pick-me's. And I'm older, so I'm like, whatever, cool. I've already done what y'all are trying to do. But for some of these younger girls, it really bothers them. And I constantly tell them, it's better to be a pick-me than a picked over. Stop listening to these people ridicule you because they are bitter and they are angry, and just block them out. And it's unfortunate that these hoes and these loudmouth women are the ones that are pushed to the forefront. But as we band together, I think that Black women and Black men alike will see that there are good people right here in America that share values. It's just some of this riffraff that has gotten in the way.
You know, first thing I need you to do is just, I see the term pick me all the time over social media. Some of our audience may not know what
Beyonce's kitchen took Black man. Alyssa says this, by the way. Yeah, Beyonce says she can cook.
what's meant by that, if you would explain to the audience.
So a pick-me is supposedly a female who says or does anything to be picked by a man. So anytime a Black woman a lot of times says something favorable about a Black man, you'll hear a lot of feminists and even beta males to start ridiculing that woman and calling her a pick-me because she wants to be picked. And why not? Like, why would you not want to be chosen? A man that finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord. So you want to be a chosen woman. Why would you want to be overlooked? Like, there are women out here that want to get married, that want to be a wife, that want to be a mom, and they're expressing themselves that way. They have no problem with women being on Instagram, half naked, talking crazy. You never see people in their comments ridiculing them for the conversation that they're having. Yet when you come across comments under women who are actually saying favorable things about Black men, you always see them being ridiculed and called pick-me's. And it's crazy to me. It shows how sick we are as a culture that we value things that actually have no value, and we uplift things that can actually hurt and harm us.
You've landed at the next point I wanted to make in terms of, like, we basically outlawed correction of the Black woman and Black man as well. And so you'll see things over social media on people's Facebook or Instagram. It's like, man, that's incredibly ghetto. That's a bad look. Someone, them 6-inch fingernails, don't nobody want to be bothered with that. You can't even wipe your rear end. Why would a man want to be bothered? You're lying.
I know you are not talking about not being able to wipe anything. I know you. Let me stop.
Loud, you're in someone's face, you're arguing and bickering publicly in a loud way, and we're all just supposed to ignore it and not criticize it. Whereas a woman that wants to be picked or chosen, we're going to ridicule her and her behavior, but let a woman be out in public and loud talk and get up in the face of some man, but you just can't handle a strong Black woman. Why you always? And it's like we've illegalized good advice and corrective behavior for Black men and women. But someone has to tell these women, no matter what's said over social media, there's no man, and I don't care, he could be the biggest simp in the world, he can be the biggest idiot in the world, but he does not want some loud, profane, ghetto. And if he does want that, you need to run away from him. Because that man if he wants some loud woman that gets up in his face and is profane, that means he wants that smoke. And that's eventually he's gonna turn into a man, he's gonna punch you in the face and be like, I thought that's how you liked it. That's how you're a strong Black woman. You don't, but it's like we can't correct each other. We can't steer each other a positive direction.
Yeah, if he wants a woman that's constantly ridiculing him, you have to look and see if that's trauma bonding. Like, how was he raised? Because why would you even want to enter into something where you have to constantly fight and argue and explain? Who has time for that? You certainly won't be a successful man if you have to have a woman that you have to control. When she says, I need a man who can control me, or I need a man that can handle me. Well, you need to go and live at the zoo, because that's where they handle people. They handle animals at the zoo. So if that's what you want, you don't even belong out here in society, because we ain't got time to be trying to handle and manhandle women. You need to be able to have control over your emotions and have respect for yourselves in order for a man to want to deal with you. So if he wants something else, he's not even a good man to start with. And we have to stop acting as if we are choosing.
I have never done this, but I want to know if she's married. It's not shaming her about marriage or anything, because I don't think it's a badge of honor. But for you to know this much about Black men and to be a good woman,
Right.
and to be that much
and
of
to
a
be a good and to be a good wife.
You must be
I need
married.
to see some paperwork.
Yeah, you have to be married.
Let's see the Carfax. I really do. I need to see.
I want it. Can someone go find that out for me? I need to know if she's married. She should have said that she was a pick-me. I mean,
the right man when we start belittling all the other men. Like, if you ran into a man, most of the time you've seen who he is. There are red flags. If you ignored him, that's on you. And people hate when you make generalizations, but I just feel like people should be smart enough. If you know it doesn't pertain to
all right, does his hand seem too short? Let him stop.
you, if it doesn't fit, you must have quit or whatever. Be able to realize when you fall into some type of category and when you don't. That was one of the things that irritated me about that Fox Soul piece with Vivica Fox and the other women. Why are people having such a hard time separating the issues here? Separate the issue from the death and what is happening and what we can actually see going on in America. If you want to pretend like this matriarchal culture is not harmful for us, then keep pretending, keep living in la la land. But we know that it's an issue, and you're right. Black men and black women don't want to be corrected, but let's be honest. It's really the black woman that is above correction.
How did I know she was going to say that? How did I know? How did I know that, well, black men got their problems, but black women, you know, black men ain't doing this, but black women, it's like, why did I know? Why did I know that she was going to say that the root of all the destruction within the community, no matter what the black man does, yeah, maybe it's not so great, but the black woman, no. This is masochistic. Like, this is really masochistic. Like, the self-flagellation that is happening, that I'm seeing this woman do, is, are y'all processing this? Unbelievable. If black folks created them, you know that movie, The Stepford Wives?
Mm-hmm.
If black men created the Stepford Wives, she would have been the head honcho chief Stepford wife.
And my kids, they just saying, excuse.
No, I don't understand this. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Excuses are tools of incompetence. So when you hear her constantly throwing out an excuse, that's a prime example that she's incompetent, period.
Good stuff. We'll end on that note. Thank you, Ms. Shamika. Great job as always. You can email me and us, fearlessblazeshow@gmail.com. Got another batch of great emails yesterday. Keep them coming. Love to hear from you guys, particularly those of you that have been given a preborn or using one of our sponsors or coming to the roll call event that we're having April 15th. Need you guys signing up for that. We're eventually going to escalate the cost of the tickets for roll call, and that's why you want to sign up early before we raise the rate to attend roll call. TJ Moe.
If she was married, she would have already bragged about.
Right.
So your money is on that she's not married. So they're not picking.
Flash her hands or something, because like I said, I mean, this is like, I hope they gave her a whole truckload of Scooby snacks for this. I really do. I hope it was worth it, throwing your sisters on the bus. And this is not to say that black women are perfect, because nobody's saying that, but it's ridiculous when you attribute everything that's wrong with the community. You put in a few little, you know, sprinkles of black men doing something, which is really the reason why they're doing it. It's just a response to what the black woman is doing, because it's the black woman's fault for everything. You know, if we go back to the whole Eve thing, like God is saying the buck stops with the man, but I swear to God, every time I hear these Bible thumping people like this talking about you know, the responsibility and the evilness that women do to men, they seem to really not factor that in. Like, you're a general. If you're you're supposed to be the general. You're supposed to be the leader. Do you think that any general anywhere would be respected if he sends out his whatever, his militia out there? They get pilloried, slaughtered, and he says, "Well, it was not my fault." I'm gonna have to go. It's not my fault because it's not my fault. They sound like little children.
Always a black man worshiper, never arrives. Phoebe says she only took 4 breaths in that period. That is a skill.
I know, she really did go on. She did.
And during BHM Black History Month.
That you know don't sustain a marriage, and so there were many values of mine that don't support marriage and be able to pull off a successful marriage. I've changed on those, and I've acknowledged like there was things I was bringing to the table that was corrosive to a marriage. But someone earlier today sent me stats about sexual partners and the sustainability of marriage. And when you start having more than one or two sexual partners in your life, your chances of pulling off a marriage go further and further and further down the tube. And so there is a actual justification, reason, logic, science behind abstinence, and not just being sexually promiscuous. It limits your chance of pulling off a successful marriage. And it's certainly men's philosophy, particularly as it relates to women and promiscuity. They may go into a relationship because, oh, this is great sex, blah, blah, blah. But their level of respect for that woman, if she's had, Cardi B may get married one day, but trust me, whoever marries her, I don't care how many women he slept with, he's never going to respect her fully because he knows he's marrying a hoe. And Kanye and Kim Kardashian, part of the reason that thing never worked is because and Kanye can be all in love with her, and because she got him in a sexual trance. I've been there, I know what that's like. But fully respect her. Oh, Cardi B is married. I'm sorry. Whoever you married to, Cardi B, you don't respect.
I was like, what is he talking about? I was like, when was this aired?
It's the shared values thing, and I don't think men, particularly men of faith, particularly men that are looking for a woman with traditional values, we shouldn't compromise on that.
Well, I think we created an entire Captain Save a whole culture.
Go ahead.
No, I was just when he was saying Cardi B, I was like, what is he talking about? Cardi B is married. I get it. But I will say this, that I do know this to be a fact. There was a study, a pretty comprehensive study that said that women who are more promiscuous, they have little difference in women who are more chaste when it comes to marriage. Like maybe there's a difference of like maybe the chaste girl gets married when she's 25 and a half and the city girl got married at 27. But it does not, this study showed that it makes no difference at all in the long term about your marriage prospects.
Oh, no, there is a study actually that highlights men promiscuity. To be fair, I wasn't looking for women, so I don't know your study, but there is a study that highlights that when men are promiscuous, the likelihood of being able to sustain a marriage goes down.
Yeah. No, this is just about women. It's like the whole, it was just basically what he said, that if you sleep around as a woman, if you sleep around, you're not going to find a husband. And they did this really comprehensive study that said that's just not true. If you give me a second, I'll try to find it.
All right, I can play this. Thank you, Alexander. Hi, Themis. Hi, Pink Pill.
Hi.
Poor baby is auditioning to be chosen by the SCHMENZ.
In America, and if you make all the women harlots, then by default, all of the men have to be willing to save a hoe in order to have a woman, or in order to have children, be married. And you could go back to the Bible and say that Jesus found a way to love Mary Magdalene, and Jesus spent a lot of time with the lowest of us, right, with the degenerates, with the gamblers and the thugs and the thieves and the prostitutes, and there is some real Christian direction in that part of the parables. I will say. It's the narrative that's been spun, and black women, their cultural motif right now, as it stands politically, as when it comes to being an American, being in the sexual marketplace, whatever you look at, their narrative is we are the oppressed of white supremacy, unless you're white and you'll tell me that my natural hair is pretty, or you'll tell me that I've been oppressed, or you'll tell me, how beautiful my big lips are, or you'll get butt injections to try and look like me because that it's a sexual pursuit. Or this is the cultural motif. It's completely built around superficial affirmation, and it has nothing concrete or substantive to it. That's why we can't put women in charge of monetary policy. That's why we can't put women in charge of the military. I saw a meme the other day, and it had a group of women that looked like they were around what would be like a slave mine or a slave dick dugout or something like that. And there were a bunch of men with the neck shackles in their underwear, and these women had on these what looked like latex or leather one pieces with the high heel boots, and they all had whips, and they were whipping the men.
Girl, don't kink shame.
I sent the link in the back chat. It says having multiple sex partners does not affect marriage chances long-term, study finds. Do you want me to put it in the chat?
I got it. This?
Okay. Yep.
Having multiple sex partners does not affect your marriage chances in the long term. Thank you. Period. To be fair, most of these studies that find that having multiple sex partners affect your marriage and your relationship were funded by some conservative church. Take that with it. Do with that what you will. Wait a minute. Are the passport bros saving themselves for marriage? Or are they in these countries flinging that thing all over? Right? Right? Literally makes no sense. See, this position don't make sense. But black men are the biggest 3 or 4 sides. Nala, you're in timeout. You're on timeout. Like, period. You're literally on timeout. Thank you for the super chat. The super sticker.
And it was like, this is what the future needs to look like, right? So, they've been caught in that narrative, and it's widespread, it's pervasive. A lot of people.
I'm posting your link in the chat for anyone who wants to read. I read the title.
Who are on the fence, or maybe on the internet, maybe.
I have a quick question. Is this a YouTube channel, or is this like a major? It looks like it has a high production value. So I'm wondering how
he was on a huge not huge. He was on Fox. And he goes on Fox as a contributor, and they take clips from here to be on there. This particularly, though, is on his YouTube channel.
Okay.
Women need to enjoy too. Period. Agreed. And I think a lot of men don't know that, and they're talking about how we give you money, so you give us that. No, you both engage in that, and so if she's not happy, you're doing something wrong, and that's just not on that.
In my age range, they might not understand.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. It can wait. Go ahead.
And just how prevalent this thinking is. This was the emergence of OnlyFans, this type of mentality. And the main story that's been told, again, to go back to it with Karl Marx, and I hate to beat a dead horse, is about labor and resources and price. And Karl Marx wanted to reduce the human existence down to price. And he went after the woman first because he's telling a story that women deserve the same pay, the same spot in the natural order.
That I don't want to engage with this in any meaningful way, but to say Karl Marx want to reduce people down to price literally ignores the push against capitalism that actually quantifies our labor. Again, I'm not against capitalism, but I think this is a disingenuous approach to a conversation about Marxist theory. Like, this man, let me not say that. I don't think he understands Marxism. Like, I don't think. To say it reduces you down to a price is kind of ridiculous to me. The rhetoric gives me Hitler vibes when he would do rallies and give speeches about this is anti-black woman propaganda. It is anti-black woman propaganda. It's just straight up, like, it is.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what Hitler did. He made everything the fault of the Jews. Everything was the Jews' fault, and it wasn't. It was, and like black men, Germany wanted to blame the Jews, but it was their leadership, their greediness, their lack of planning, their relational competitiveness, and the Treaty of Versailles, which basically raped Germany. That was in France. Jews didn't have anything to do with the Treaty of Versailles and why they were, but it doesn't matter. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because the actual source of the thing that caused them so much hardship after that war, that caused the entry for Hitler to be, was the fault of them. It was their leadership, the decisions that they made, but they didn't want to own the decisions that they made. So they needed to blame someone else. And what is happening here is that it seems like Black women are responsible for literally everything wrong, including moon spots, ice storms, Beyonce taking kitchens out of the home. Like, we're responsible for all of it. All of it. It's the same thing. It is hate rhetoric.
No, but that's a good point. If people are blaming you for everything, it sounds like you have more power.
Yeah.
Who said this?
Yeah, no, I think, if I'm that powerful, what are you good for?
Who said it? No, it was Sinji. The idea that you are blaming women for everything means you're powerless comparatively. That that don't make sense. You are not a leader. You have not. If you're like, oh my God, the community is broken. Okay, period. The community is broken. Women did it. Okay, so what were you doing while they were breaking the community? What were you doing? Because I'm not about to have you lead anything if you just sat idly by while the community got broken.
Exactly. And the idea that, you know, we hear this a lot, Black women won't let Black men lead. Leaders,
You're not a leader. If I have to sit here and let you lead, you're not leading anything.
Yeah, it's not like I deliberately need to blunt myself. Listen, I will absolutely refuse to let somebody lead me off a cliff. I absolutely refuse.
If someone have to dim your light for you to shine, absolutely not. Your light is too dim. Maybe go in the dark. Maybe this is why passport bros do passport bros things. Maybe you need to go in a darker area so people can see that you're actually shining somewhat. I'm not about to turn my light down so you can shine. What? No, that don't make sense.
Right. Well, you know what zero-sum game is, right?
Yeah, well, come steer into my light because absolutely not. This idea that you just brought up zero-sum game and this idea that like there's not enough for everyone and someone has to lose is kind of ridiculous when Black women have been like literally dragging you to build you up. Like people are like, oh, they're competing with us. They're not competing. They were attempting to help. If you are saying the racist system, you all are not saying the racist system. But if you say welfare took you out of the home, you're blaming the system. Now go do something. Like go do. Angry Man pointed out, literally Angry Man said, I was with my baby mother while she was on welfare. Okay, let's pause and think about what you just said.
Listen, man. But will steady complain about the very thing that rescues them. That kept him out of desperation too, because that meant he would have to relax because he would be less of he doesn't have to be the provider if she's got the steady provider, but steady resenting the man who provided, who was predictable, and had was able to create enough safety. Because you couldn't.
Y'all need to, if you have a baby father, just call them, report it back to me. Call them and like say, hey, I want to drop these kids off for a week and see what happens. Because apparently all these men want these children and y'all are just keeping these men from these children. Do it and see what happens. And let me know.
I really think that should happen. It really should happen.
Yeah, report it back to me. When they have it for a week, just say, okay, keep them for the year. And go live your best life and let me know how that works. So much criticism. Who and what Black women fight for? Sir, come show us how it's done. Preference pull up. No one will likes a backseat driver. Yeah, right? They're just at the back. Someone is like, oh my God, Black women businesses fail. Okay, there are stats around Black women businesses. Where are the stats around yours? It's very difficult for you to fail in building a business if you never built one or start. It's very difficult. It is very difficult to have stats on you building business that you never built. Very difficult. This little
difficult. I would say impossible. You're being generous with difficult. I say impossible.
This little light of mine, submission gonna let it appear. Although Marx was incredible racist, his debunked labor theory had nothing to do with race or sex, just pure automation. None of this computes. Marx thought about, yes, I don't want to get into racism part. It's like, if you're going to, by the way, I agree with you here, Chris. If you're going to deal with Marxist theory, I think it is important to engage with it meaningfully. This approach is ridiculous to me. If you're talking about labor theory, then bring it forward, right? Like I don't like. No, I feel like this man saw Marx, read 2 chapters of something, and then went on and heard someone say it, and then kept repeating it.
Right. Donald Trump wrote it in Trump University in big black markers, and he read that 2-page book, and that's how he knows everything about Marxism.
Yeah. Or they heard it on like they heard it on Tucker Carlson. Like that.
Yeah. They get their education.
Marxist theory ultimately I can't even say it boils down to it. It's like it's saying capitalism will consume itself. And capitalism like puts a price on human being and human production and how we engage in the labor force.
Innovation and meritocracy.
Yeah. And girl, I'm for like I think there should be regulations, period. But like I am not someone who's like, yes, Marxist theory is the best, right? I am not. But if you go engage with it, engage with it. Like don't sit up here and talk about Marxism have women fighting men. Well,
Marxism took black men out of the home. Didn't you know that?
Apparently.
There's gonna be a book about it next week. Bald guy's gonna write it. He's gonna use Chat GPT.
I don't understand. Like I'm here for theoretical back and forth and people fighting and pushing back against ideas. Because like I love a takedown of Marxism. Like I watch those videos on repeat on here, but no, this isn't. This is not it.
As men do. Yeah. And here's one example for you, and I'll give you the sports example. Recently, in the World Cup, the women put in there, the one gay guy's black, he identifies as a white liberal woman.
It's instead of admitting like, hey, a lot of stuff I think is illogical, let me just submit to some male leadership. Instead, they're going to go, you know what? You know who our allies are? LGBTQ. And that's the other thing that drives me crazy is you'll see Jamel Hill and these other people, LGBTQ, the transgender, they're our allies. And what's unstated but inferred and insinuated is the black heterosexual Christian man is our enemy. That's the ultimate betrayal in my view. And it's happening. And I'm not going to sit here and lie about it. They'd rather partner with the LGBTQ alphabet mafia than the black man. What's a bigger sellout than that?
What? How are black women? How can he even make this argument?
He gonna make it. He gonna make the foolishness argument. He gonna make it. He shouldn't, but he gonna make it.
I'm trying to understand, but he keeps asserting this, but he's not giving any data to show how black women are being more enthusiastic in getting behind the alphabet mafia, like he says, versus the men. Like, where is the evidence of that? Because what I see is that black women are walking and chewing gum at the same time. I'm seeing black women who are in this advocacy, advocating for LGBTQ and for black men. They are walking and chewing gum at the same time. Some of them are even able to pat their head and rub their tummy while they're walking and chewing gum. Like they're doing.
So that's your first mistake as a black woman. How can you do 2 things at once? How can you walk and chew gum at the same time? That should be impossible. These men are obsessed with the LGBTQ mafia. Pink Pill Themis, I have an open panel tomorrow afternoon. I would love to have you on the show. Tomorrow, let me know what time. I'm not sure what time I will be available. Tomorrow's book, I have a seminar for people who are going to university. And I am doing a seminar with people from this channel at 12, I think, and going over strategies for university. So I don't know, but let me know what time. Trusting a Dusty is like jumping off a cliff, no blindfold, and expecting to live. Make it make sense. They don't lead ever, but want submission. All right. So we didn't get to, thank you, by the way. I wouldn't say Dusty, but the reality is, and I think part of the problem is this: women don't need men to survive. women don't need men to provide. And I think when your identity has been built on being a provider, even though you never provided anything, I think it's weird to now see women saying, oh, I don't need a man, I can provide for myself. The truth is they don't need a man, they can provide for themselves. And in fact, they've been providing for you. So why are you mad now that they're saying it? It's absolutely absurd to me. It's an ego problem. And if you want to go overseas, go overseas. I just hope that you are not abusing these women. That's all I got to say about that part. Do you know that the world see them a failed patriarchy? Nope, too busy bashing. But yeah, because they read the Moynihan report, by the way, and the Moynihan reports describe the black community as a matriarchy, right? But it goes on to talk about how to remedy it, and it says that black men need discipline, and the proposal is that they go to the military so that they can learn how to be leaders and then come back to the community. That sounds like you have described a failed patriarchy where the men in there need training on leadership.
Yes.
So these people, they've stopped citing the Moynihan report, which I feel like they should have binged. Anyone who read, just skip to the conclusion and the prescription.
Right. I don't know why I never understood why they touted it either. It makes them look so bad. It makes them look so bad. It's like, the Moynihan report. And it's like, do you realize what you're touting just makes you look really bad?
Yeah, they don't. And I would say it is what it is, but it's like, the first time I heard Kevin Samuels was the first person in the manosphere that I heard, because I read the Moynihan report in undergrad, and then I forgot about it. It didn't matter. But then I watched Kevin Samuels point it out and used it to say something about how black women are the ones failing and not black men. I forgot what he said. And I was like, wait, what? And then I started seeing videos after videos of men citing the Moynihan report. And I'm like, I remember specifically my sociology professor saying, this is a racist document that highlights black men in a negative light. I remember that. And then I read it, and I was like, it said black men were leaving these homes and leaving these women, these married women, to be single mothers. It was called the poor man's divorce, which is abandonment, where you married someone and you just walked out, never came back, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the black woman's fault. I'm sure it was the wife's fault, though. Yeah, if she was a black woman, it was definitely her fault.
So I'm watching it and I'm like, do y'all know what you're citing? Like, if you read any amount of this, you would be like, yeah, no, I probably should put this down.
Yeah, you might want to just say, yeah.
I expected to see divestors like using the Moynihan report. I didn't expect the manosphere to be using it. Like,
so much. Like, if divestors wanted to use the Moynihan report to rip them to shreds, there's so much information in there to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be interesting to see. I don't know if anybody has done that yet, but it would be an interesting exercise because, take back the Moynihan report.
Let's go into the after show. I have something that I want to throw your way.
Okay.
And then we'll talk. Because I know we've been on for 4 hours now. So
oh my goodness.
Yeah, let's wrap up.
Well, thank you for inviting me onto the show, and I really enjoyed it. I loved the discussion. I have no idea who these people are, but it doesn't matter who it is. It could be anybody. The rhetoric is always the same. It doesn't matter, but it was interesting, and it was really nice interacting with all of you guys in the chat too. So hi.
Oh, thank you. Themis, the show will start at 3:25 p.m. I will look at my calendar. Can you message it to me on Instagram or email me? I will try my best to be there. I won't be able to be long, but I will try to be there. Thank you.
I don't know anything about the channel. Do you know anything about the channel? I mean, I haven't been on YouTube.
I don't. I don't. I'm done going over into the manosphere space generally.
Wait,
Um,
is that the man? Is that a
no,
manosphere?
he's not.
Oh,
He's not. I don't think
okay.
he is. We've talked. He's come up here a lot to drag these people.
Okay.
So no, unless Mika Michael got married in the last 9 months, then she is not married. I know I'm late. LOL. Just saw an article about her going on dates. Oh, all right.
Wow. Wow. So Shamika Michelle, who's telling all of us how to be good wives and we're all doing it wrong, is not married herself.
Yeah.
So clearly her pick me anthem is not resonating, because like, how do you're the ultimate pick me and you're still not being picked? Like, what does that say?
Look, I'm stepping away from the whole pick me word because I can't. But I do have a question for you.
Sure.
All right. So I was writing an article that I probably won't publish. I also have a video on biracial that I finished. I'm not going to publish it either. After talking with FD Signify, I decided to let it go. Not privately. I only talked to him publicly. So I decided to let it go. But I do think so women historically have been disenfranchised. And so, in an attempt to get access to political, social, and economic power, women started theorizing and created a theoretical framework for how they would come into the modern world, right? Men just kind of didn't. Like, men idea about manhood, if there ever was one, was predicated on sort of tradition. And in the flip, right, where women now don't need men, women don't have the kind of requirements about men and provision. Some of them do, but by and large, women can take care of themselves financially. What do you think that means to the men? Because I'm trying to understand, there's not a theoretical framework. There's not the academics aren't really provide. I mean, I guess Jordan Peterson might be the only one. But women generally have if you want to call it feminism, you can. But there was a lot of literature and framework about boss lady, boss chick, and also just being self-sufficient and independent and all of that. And men are like, yeah, but I got money though. And women are like, okay, but you need intellectual bandwidth, you need psychological bandwidth, you need to show up to the table with more than money because I have that. Now you need to listen to me. I too have work. Let's talk about.
And that's the thing, is that I think that the men have been enculturated into just being provider, and you get the pass to be in charge because the system is set up so that you make more money, that you have more seniority. So what happens in the workplace is mirroring what should be happening in the home place. But now that you have women who are capable of doing these, we've always been capable of doing that, but now have the opportunities and the pay, and they don't need that to be forced upon them. They're asking for more. So women are saying, I don't need for you necessarily to be a provider. Or they're saying, I do need for you to be a provider. You need to be at my level, but you also need to have a personality. You also can't lord over me. We're also going to be a partnership. And so I think that women are just, the options are, if you got to be with this man who is a provider, but he's awful. A lot of women back in the day didn't have a choice. We have a choice. And it's those type of men and the sons that they created that still feel entitled to be able to lord over women. And they do it primarily through financial and through the system that allowed for them to be superior. now they feel displaced. That's what I'm saying. It's this whole toxic masculinity displacement syndrome. So they feel displaced. They're like, what else can I do to be in charge? But they're not cultivating the other things that successful women are finding more valuable. So basically, men need to have some people skills. They need to. Men need training in people skills and talk and being effective communicators. That's what's going to compel women, not this whole ooka booka, I'm a caveman type of situation.
Yeah. I hate that I agree with some of his conclusions. I need to know what you agree with and who is he, because I think you would have said Themis if you agreed with me. So I'm curious, but not his reasoning, which makes conservatarian political theories sound imbecilic. Such a bad take. Well, I want to understand what you agree with, because if, like, just saying I don't like Marxism, I prefer the current economic system or a freer economic system where capitalism can run, I don't think that is his conclusion. It could be his conclusion, but that's not what he said. And I think that what breaks us down into a price is capitalism. Now we can decide whether or not that's bad, good or bad, but I don't think so. When I dropped them kids off, he called the cops on me to take them back.
Hashtag they don't want these kids. Really don't. Because who would they have to blame? I'm sure Black women would still be to blame, even if, whatever. We're to blame for everything. I gotta go. I've had.
We're leaving now.
11 times. Huh?
I'm leaving now. I appreciate you. I'm going to buy your skincare product. I'm going to use it for like a while, and then I'll let you know how I like it.
I would love that. Yep. So I don't know how many people are watching. We never put it down, but you guys check out wateredbodycare.com. It's wateredbodycare.com. Let me know what you think.
This stream was sponsored by Watered Body.
You know what? I'm gonna. You damn right. I'm gonna be sponsoring some Themis and Thoth.
What you can sponsor is the podcast. I feel like this is a safe zone. I'm kidding. Anyway, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for spending so much time with me. If you would like to co-host with, I'm kidding. Thank you. Have a good one. Bye, everyone.
Bye, sweetie. Love ya.
So hey guys, I'm kidding. We are almost done. If you have signed up for the debate tournament, you will be getting an email this weekend. Again, the grand prize is $1,000. It will be a debate tournament over a period of time, and the winner will also be my co-host for most of my streams. You don't have to come on, but I will always send you the link for you to come on when I go live, so that you will, for the rest of the year, you will be kind of a permanent fixture. Some part of this. There is February is the training period. So on this weekend, I will email you letting you know that you are a part of the debate. We will try to set up some time for us to meet all of the contestants. By the end of February, after we've trained about the debate, I will let you know everything you need to know about debating, at least here. At the end of February, this channel will vote on the 8 people, I think it's 8, the 8 people who will make it into the tournament. Now, let me be clear. The month of February, while I am going to be training you, I will be sending you the links every time I go live. It is not just for you to come on, it is for you to come on and win these people over. Because the chat will vote for a winner that is separate from the judge's selection of who the winner is. And those that person will also win, right? It's not a team sports anymore, it's an individual sport. So what's going to happen is the month of February, I'm training you. You don't have to come to the training. It doesn't really matter. After we've trained and doing the training, you are still vying for the attention of people on the chat. The chat will vote for the top 8 people who will then, in the month of March, move into the tournament, and we will start round 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll move to the semifinals and then the finals. And the winner of the final will be host for that year, and you guys will he or she will be able to come on whenever and be kind of my co-host. Does that make sense? So the chat, your responsibility is to watch the live stream and figure out who you like, who the faces you like are, who you want to go into the tournament, and they will go into the tournament. And yeah. So Themis is putting y'all into the intellectual Hunger Game. Period. I have a huge, it's not that huge. I have a really big, amazing announcement. I'm waiting for the contracts to be signed, and then I will announce to you something that we as a community have embarked on. And I'm really excited. So now I'm gonna go the Discord. I'm gonna go to the Discord and I'm gonna call on the Discord, and we're gonna do a like brief call. So if you're on the Discord, I'm about to call and we're going to have a meeting. It's kind of a debriefing meeting. And we're just gonna chat for like 10 to 15 minutes. My chat 10 to 15 minutes usually goes longer, but yeah. All right, so I'm gonna go call the Discord and have them drag me and tell me what they like, dislike, all kind of foolishness. Yeah. All right. Bye. Also, yeah, sign up for the Discord if you haven't. Not sign up for the Discord. If you signed up for the Discord, you should be added. We sent out the emails a couple of days ago, and I've added everyone to the private Discord. If you have just signed up for the Discord and you didn't email me, please go through the community tab. There should be an email outline for how to reach out to me. I will resend it tomorrow. I will repost for the Discord membership and above. And you guys should email me. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful night. Bye.